let me know if you hear me all right. How's the sound? Sound is good? Thank you. Oh, welcome into Friday, everyone. What's up on the Friday? And if you're on the replay, fuck, it's probably Saturday. But what's up with everyone's Friday? How's it going over here? Welcome in, everyone. I'm gonna say hello to everyone as soon as I get myself together here. All right. Let's see. See who we got here. All right, Jojo. What up, Jojo? Are you back yet? We are live. All right, Jojo. Come on back. K West, what up? What up, K West? What the hell are you doing up so early? Linda K Johnson. Yeah, you guys checking out the aurora or northern lights, whatever you want to call it, the electrical phenomena in the northern skies. All right, just came indoors with the dogs before commenting, and the atmosphere did seem different. As if I had a film over my eyeballs, like this gloomy look. So funny you should say that. Hey, what up, Carol? Carol, you being appropriate? All right, welcome in. All right, let's see. And Paula, what up? What up, Zero Cool? Welcome on in. Luis Cuevas, welcome in. Phoenix, what up, Phoenix? Indiana's cloudy. What up, Scott? Little Prof, Team Prof. Happy Mother's Day to the moms. Thank God it's Friday. Yeah, it's kind of a party time, isn't it? It's party time. Excellent. All right, what up, Precascent? Yeah, thank you. Hit the like, y'all. Hit the damn like. Please do me a favor. Hit the like. Tell your friends to come on in. And also, anyone in the Lurker crew, just drop on into the chat and say what's up to everybody. Come on, be nice. Amy, what up? Thanks for the flowers. Come on in, Amy, my main mod. What up, Amy? What up, Pink Poppy? All right, what up, Aaron? Aaron, we don't do shit on time around here. We don't. We do shit on at the right time. What up, Royal We? There's some other channels awfully quiet. Shame. Ooh, you want to talk about that? Let's talk about Monica Walla. Hey, what happened to the This Is Not Dr. Monica Walla? What happened to that? Ooh, shame. Shame. It looks like we were right all along, and you guys tried to pull a little fast one. Dr. Monica Walla. What up, Rebecca? What up, Royal We? Good morning, good night, good day to you. Linda K. Johnson, what time is it where you are? New Zealand are you probably daytime yet? Walla Walla, boom. Seems like the troll farm has some explaining to do. Why the coordinated effort to disinform? Why disinformation? Huh, Tammy? What's up, True Justice? Welcome in. What's up, Nancy Drew 101? Hey, what up, Nancy? Hi, Amy, Prof, and Chad. I finally got to see the Northern Lights here in Indiana. Hey, congrats. I'm glad for you, Nancy. Maybe I will tonight. And when the show's done, I'm going to go up and try to look. Ooh, Linda K says it's Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Wow. It's it's Friday evening for me. Hey, JoJo's back. What up, JoJo? Glad you made it back. You skipped all the bullshit waiting. And Bobby Smith. What's up, Bobby Smith? Sunflower Soul. What up, Sunflower? Come on in. It's another day of the trolls of our lives. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's how it be. That's how it be like. Crystal Blue Persuasion, welcome in. Is it Crystal Blue Meth? I mean, you got to help me understand. I'm not sure if you're a troll or not yet. Crystal Blue. Are you talking about meth? Kate West, a zapped long hot day. Well, damn, it'd be nice to be hot. It's fucking freezing here. Aaron Town, please tell me when it's safe to turn on the volume. Well, that's up to you, Aaron, if you want to hear what I have to say or not. All right. Boom. Bobby Smith. Hi, Nancy Drew. What's up? Phoenix. Phoenix is electric. Ooh, Aaron Town coming in here with some pinpoint accuracy, because I informed you in my last stream that I use the term troll farm because it's somewhat humorous, and I'm trying to keep a certain amount of humor in my life despite the trauma. But the absolute or actual pinpoint accuracy is that they're professional criminals that are desperate to save their own hides, and they're willing to go to any lengths to hide all of their crimes. Therefore, you have the troll farm. Amy says, thank God it's Friday. Happy Mother's Day to all of the amazing women here. Yes. Hello. Hey, you beautiful, amazing women, and you old ladies too. Happy Mother's Day to all of you who are mothers. And any of you that are prospective mothers, good luck on that. Good luck on that. Careful what you wish for. You just might get it. All right. What's up, Frenchie6290? What up? Some music grates on my nerves too. Yeah, me too. Mustang driver, I cannot stomach ruckus. Oof. I don't think anyone can. You good? You good, Bobby? What's up, Rick? Troll Farm, are they Odin supporters? They the Odin supporter lot, or is it more random? It's more random. It's more random. All right. You got funny shit. You say when the point is reached with a particular piece of music, it's practically an allergic reaction. Define Odin supporters. Hey, what's up, Lead with Love? Long time no see. Welcome in. Caroline Catastrophe, welcome in. You spit that drink out? Oh, on the joke. Louise says, I have heard that and hear these trolls will be seen soon. I can't wait for them to leave me alone. What up, nobody? Nothing. Hello, chat and Prof. Hello, nobody. No bod. Ruckus just uses his fingers to count, but he can never get past 3 without flipping himself off. Had a 67 coupe with a Boss 302 in it. Hard times forced me to sell it back in 202. Hard times come and go for most of us who are not addicts. This crime is not yet solved. I feel every single possibility is worth discussing. Well, it's pretty much solved, but we'll talk to you behind the scenes. Found myself in a Walmart. Oof. Well, you never know where you're going to find yourself, but a Walmart's one of the least friendly places to find yourself, finding yourself. What's up, Sandy D? Just got back from weekly grocery shopping, spent 178. I did buy sirloin and ribeyes because they were on sale. Yeah, but hopefully you didn't do it at Walmart. They have the worst beef. I mean, Walmart. I will go to Walmart, but it won't be for meat. All right, Bill, what up? Bill coming in. Mr. Bill, welcome in. Shame, we were right. Yeah, we were right. We were very right about Monica Walla, and we knew it. And did you notice that the troll farm went in lockstep with sharing that post? You realize what happened is old Turbo Time. It was a strategy. Turbo Time created it, and the entire troll farm certainly did share it simultaneously, and they certainly did quietly slip it away. Now, haven't they? Walla Walla Bing Bang, and yeah. I mean, how many? Question here: how many Mana koalas do you have in the area who have direct connections to Westville? I mean, is this just another uncanny coincidence they expected people to believe? Like the 1053rd? So many Wallas could be anybody. Exactly. Monica Valhalla? That cunt Turbo spreads lies. Yes, because she's Troll Farm. What would someone in Canada know about this case that she's some expert? Why did they use her as the one to declare that it's not the same Monica Walla? Yeah, all one of them. Good one. Thanks for bringing the humor. I'm trying to relax. I mean, I'm trying to relax. I'm fucking you guys don't realize the day that I've had. I always tell you it's a miracle I get to sit here in front of the computer. I barely got here. That's why I was a few minutes late. I had shit to do. I was trying to get here and just couldn't. I just could not make it. It's probably going to be an amazing stream since I'm struggling not to fall asleep. As soon as that happens, the magic will start for you, I gather. It will. We're going to do a lot of interesting things tonight, but first I want to get through the chat and say hello to everyone. All right. Prof, do you think we'll see the northern lights in Colorado? I think it's a possibility if the air can dry out and clear up because we got a little moisture in the sky and it's partially cloudy. But I think the cooler it gets, the air may clear up. So I'm thinking maybe in a couple hours it's possible. Judy Hathaway coming in, calling me a dog. Hello, Rolf in chat. Judy, can you not make me a dog? Everyone else does that, and I'm kind of tired of it. Let's not make me the worst guy in the world. I mean, I am the true crime bad guy, the Prof. Crystal Blue Persuasion is a song by Tommy James and Shondells. Hit number one, 1968. I remember the song well. Listening while trying not to get run over by shopping carts. Phoenix, are you a cat mom? Oh my gosh. Old ladies. Gotcha. Gotcha. I did get you. We bitches. Well, don't make me say old bitches. Come on. My son calls me mom. We live in Indiana. Not sure why he calls me mom rather than mom. Rocky Cox or Cuckus Rocks. All right. Hello to Mac _ Mac. Good to see you. All right. Just don't come to Carroll County for your meat. Ooh. Ugh. Hey, Prof in chat. Hey, Ellen West. Hey, welcome in, sweet cheeks. Happy Mother's Day if you're a mother. I have that feeling you're a mother. You look kind of motherly. Just one, Monica. Just one. How many Monica koalas? I've got none. Monica Lewinsky. Oh, man. Can we please laugh tonight? Enough of the crystal blue frustration. All right. Hey, what up, Noe West? Noe West, ladies and gentlemen. Cousin of K West. Hey, Melon. What up, Melon? Long time no see, Melon. Come on in. Make yourself comfy. Look, Melon, happy Mother's Day. Everyone's saying, hey, Noe in the house. Noe, ruckus. Noe brings the ruckus, not ruckus. Ruckus brings the cuckus, and Noe brings the ruckus. And they all say fuck us. So. The northern lights were more visible via your camera phone. People buy accounts. Well, people buy all kind of shit. Ask the troll farm. That's their business. All right. My son in Savannah saw them briefly. Nice. Precison says, I'm a mama, a hot mama, if I do say so myself. Well, good for you, Precison. Good for you. Louise says, me too. Same here. Good for you, Louise. You ladies, self-confidence is number one. Number one here. Could this be the son calling you mom because he wishes you would talk less? At least he's not insinuating that you just escaped a pyramid. Thank you, Prof, says Ellen. I'm a mother of 4 with 8 grandkids. Whoa, Ellen, congrats. You are just something else. You're a legend. You mean so much to every single one of them. So, look, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12 right there. And I'm sure there are spouses and whatnot. Congrats, Ellen. You're building a legacy. Been lurking in the background, says Melvin. Well, thanks for the lurkers jumping on into the chat. That's where we want you in that chat so that you can be a part. It's not because I talk too much. Everyone always complains because they say I'm too damned quiet. Freckle Joy, look, another mother. Well, welcome in, Freckle Joy. Happy Mother's Day to you too. It's Friday and I'm finally home. Hey, has your life been pretty quiet lately? I mean, it's kind of gotten quiet for a lot of us, hasn't it? It's just wonderful the way those things work out sometimes. Wondering how many of these trolls also access the Dropbox. Hey, a good percentage. I mean, it's odd that you mention that. Odd that you might mention that. I think the probability is high that a number of them indeed is why they are trolls. Clear skies, 86 degrees in Idaho Panhandle, 8:39, and just starting to get dark. Hoping to see aurora. Well, guys. Oh, it's very quiet. Yeah, me too. I tell you what, just amazing how these things work out sometimes. Group efforts. It was a group effort. Yay. All you mothers in this house, well, happy Mother's Day to you. Maybe I will do a show, Mother's Day show, but I'm not sure. But in case I don't, congrats to all of you. And wow, what a great job. What a great job. Seems like there's some dudes around the same age doing the same things. Oh, yeah, you mean about 30, 31, 32, 33, 34? In their 30s? Late 20s? All right. Give me a second. Give me a second, please. All right. All right. All right. Sorry that took a while, but here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a little guided tour of this particular deal here. I'll try to interact with the chat while we listen, but I'm trying to force you all to listen to this. So I thought let's have a little viewing session of this amazing interview uh, with someone who likes to hide in the shadows, because I think that you guys probably have not heard this. Probably have not heard this. I mean, look, let's see. This has been up 7 months, only has 1,000 views. Okay. So let's take a listen together. All right. Reagan said something in the Discord, a screenshot, and I'm like, okay, what did I put underneath this comment? And, you know, jokingly, like a smart ass, I put Reagan. Okay, is something going on with that? Jeez. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, is something going on with that? Is that's where we get with like what does that matter?
Because I mean, yes, it does matter because if we are, it does matter, Yukio, because if we are like conversing and interacting, I mean,
Okay, testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
conversing and
I'll have to do it another way. So let me go ahead and pull it up. Let me pull it up a different way. Sorry for the. I want you to hear it very well. You got to understand. I really want you to hear it well. So it's worth it to me to go ahead and pull it up in a better way. So give me a moment. I'll get it for you. Anyway, in the meantime, let me talk to the. Let me talk to the chat while I find this. And I will drop the link. I will drop the link, but let's see. Oh man. Okay. Sorry, guys, it'll take a moment, but I have to upload it because I want you to hear it in really good quality because that was seems like everyone is having a little issue with hearing it. So, well, shit, let me try it again. Let's try it again. Let's see. Go back to this. All right, here we go. Here we go. And I'll drop the link. I'm apologizing for the amount of time I'm taking, but I like to do things right, so I'm trying to do this right for you. I know you guys are patient. Don't worry, I had my dinner. I got a lot of hydration, so we're all good to go. Now, we're gonna go this way. I'm gonna take this and do this. All right, so now, in the meantime, we'll do this. Hey, look, in the meantime, let's talk a bit while I get that back ready for you guys the proper way. There's your link. Please go ahead and hit the link. And look, while that's simmering there, there we go. Great. Yeah, it's almost ready. What was I gonna say? Yeah, please support the channel. That's what I was gonna say. You know, we got the super chats, Cash App, the little merch, and the artwork, and all the stuff, the pathways to support the channel. So if you're in the viewing audience, please join the chat. That's the number one way to support the channel. And if you feel so inclined, please contribute to the channel. And that's our little commercial while we're getting things set up here. And thank you very much for all that you do. This is what we call dead air. This is me not having this ready to go. I thought I could screen share it and it would be heard fine, but I wasn't happy with the sound quality. So instead, I will upload it so we don't have to have that type of bad quality. Hey, welcome in, Professor Pug. Hey, welcome in, Michael. And welcome in Royal Wee's back. And Scott. Yeah, guys, thanks for continuing in the chat. I know I'm being an incredibly terrible host right now. But this thing is uploading, so we'll be good to go soon. Phoenix says I forgot to eat dinner. Well, there's cat food somewhere around here. You say it's all good, no stress. Thank you. Thank you for the de-escalation of the stress nation. Appreciate that. Royal Wee says I never left. I'm just quiet. Yeah, well, it's dead air right now, so I don't blame any of you. Oh, please don't bother. Michael doesn't have to come. I don't like pressuring Michael or anyone to come up. There we go. It's ready. So here we go. Let me get it up here. Oh, look, there's Michael. Hey, Michael, what's up?
Hi, Prof. I just wanted to come on for a few minutes and say thank you for your role in getting a whole bunch of documents for the contempt stuff.
Oh, thank you, Michael. Thank you so much for talking to me and trying. I mean, you've been working. We know that. So
Well, the trolls are after me too, so
well, I told you the other day you've put yourself in the target zone now. So unfortunately,
it,
that's where you are. You put a target on your
it's
head.
all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. I didn't.
Sorry about that. Okay.
So I don't know if you saw there was just a scrum of the other side of the, and I don't even want to say the other side, but a scrum of the people who are totally uninterested in anything like facts over on another channel.
Well, I'm not sure where you might have been, but that's about 2/3 of YouTube on the Delphi case.
Well, I don't know if you know the Bill Cosby routine, but it was like each of them saying to the other, "You put turtle heads in my bed."
I don't know that bit, but whoa. I mean, I watched a little bit of something earlier, and it's just like it basically goes like this. Well, he's guilty, so I mean, the attorneys are just they're fucking desperate. He's just guilty, so he's guilty, so I mean, they know he's guilty, so he's guilty, and he's gonna plead because he's guilty, and we know because he's guilty. He looks guilty.
That's yeah, and I know exactly whom you're speaking about there too. But this was all the folks airing out all their grievances against each other and others, and the guy you were talking about or imitating or mimicking um, was saying we've all done shady shit, and all you could do. I mean, I mean, it, it's funny and it's not.
Um, well, I'll ask you about it later because I'll be curious to go and understand what you're talking about. But I mean, I know it gets into difficult territory to discuss, because it's a real thing, and it's my contention that there has to be a reason for it because this stuff just doesn't happen, you know, in my opinion.
Yeah, one of the reasons I went on Defense Diaries and last night, and I've been on CJ a couple times. That I mean, I've been talking about talk here a little bit, but there's so much interesting stuff about the case and what's happening, and it's like talking about who's talking and saying what. Just you know, one thing I watched, and I don't want to drive stuff to his channel, but one thing I watched today was well, I won't even mention it. You all can probably figure it out. He had a two-part episode with a former FBI profiler, and it was really interesting to listen to because he asked all the, not only were they softball questions, but they were questions that left out so much stuff that, um, trying to lead the profiler to essentially support the conclusion that Rick Allen was guilty. And I was thinking a really interesting exam question for a trial advocacy class would be outline the cross exam of this profiler, and the answer to what would come out of it, and I know what her answer would be, or at least some of them. And if the right questions were asked, she would have said, "Not Rick Allen in a million years."
Oh, right, right. Well, I've
Um,
noticed something with the difficulty of leading people. It's like that's the power of a platform, okay? Because there's definitely the potential to lead your guest. I mean, anyone who denies that is just not being genuine. It's a skill, but some people are good at it. And I could
well,
give an example, if you like, with Eric Williams. Are you very familiar with all the various interviews and statements of Eric Williams related to Delphi?
no, you all are the fact wizards. I'm really not.
Okay. Well, I'll send you a couple. But the interesting thing with Eric Williams is he's got the most incredible story you've ever heard. Okay. And because he was a searcher on the 14th of February 2017. And depending on who's interviewing him or what the source of his written communications are, uh, you get slightly different flavors of his take on that search and what he saw and what he thought. And for me, it's a prime example of that leading the witness type stuff because, someone who will go unmentioned, when he got a hold of Eric, uh, he wanted to lead him away from the more concerning aspects of his uh, testimony. And it was just amazing to me because Eric Williams is a very consistent in his statements and very strong willed. But when when he had someone pressuring him and leading him in a way to soften the edges of the more concerning aspects of his impressions of the search, uh, you got exactly that, and it was fascinating. Oh, Michael dropped, but Michael will be back, I'm sure. But yeah, it was fascinating, and man, I dislike that is that way, but it's more of a reflection. There's Michael, and there's Phoenix.
Sorry,
Hey, Phoenix.
sorry, pressed the wrong button.
Oh, it's okay. No
Michael's
apologies.
always pressing the wrong button.
Yeah, you did. Well, we're all doing that right about now, aren't we?
No,
Hey, Phoenix.
now that you mention Eric Williams, I'm familiar with some of it, and yeah, I mean, there are people with all kinds of contradictory statements. It's hard to figure out. You know, normally a trial lawyer is probably going to say that the earliest thing somebody says is the most accurate thing. That's the argument that's going to be made anyway. Especially if people are backpedaling later.
I think Eric Williams would make an excellent witness. Prof, are you talking about Frank as far as who is interviewing Eric Williams? Because I thought Frank did a really good job.
No, Frank did a good job, and the thing about Frank is that particular interview reflected the first, because in the first couple years, Eric did a lot of written communication about it on Facebook and whatnot, and text messages. So we have a lot of documentation from Eric in the first year or two, and then when Frank got a hold of him, it reflected that. But he did another one that it was almost 180. It's amazing, but I'll talk to you about it behind the scenes. I don't want to promote anyone here, you know.
Okay, yeah, I may only be familiar with the first interview because I thought the first interview was excellent.
Yeah, Frank did good with that.
Really, really good interview.
Yeah.
Who's Frank?
Dutch Frank.
Oh.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, it's from a while ago, and things change, but just judging that particular interview on its face, it's a really good interview with Eric Williams. And Eric gives some really good information on as far as detailing exactly what happened.
Yeah, I think I actually saw that. And that was back in the days when well, I don't want to go there. Never mind.
Yeah, guys. So you guys were you guys rolling these streets a little earlier, or are you just popping into YouTube?
I think I'm just popping in YouTube.
I was yeah, I was watching. I was, I don't know, for half an hour or so. I was 45 minutes. I was listening to the the scrum over on the other channel.
Oh, I see. Okay.
What's the other channel?
Oh, I'm not going to mention it. They were it was advertising on Twitter. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you, Shane, in a DM or something. Uh, but it was fun. There were 4 or 5 people there.
I might have just
Just,
cut the very end of it.
just I mean, you doxed me. I bought phone numbers from you for it was. I mean, it was just
What the heck?
people talking.
Well, I have something I'd like to talk about because I know we've all talked about this kind of privately, almost kind of, um, and that is our different opinions on Richard Allen. Because I think this is a place where people are so extreme in general in this internet age, in my opinion, and I know that I've talked with you and Michael especially that I know that the genuine feeling from you guys, and by you guys I mean like several of the individuals who have supported Richard Allen in the process of court. Um, there's a very genuine feeling that he is an innocent man, and I'm aware of that litmus test, and my feeling is that I'm somewhat more reticent to declare such things because I have no knowledge either way. So I'm more of a I kind of say that I'm in the middle, but I'm not really. But I'm of the belief that from what I can judge externally, yeah, I would say it appears so. Um, but I still am a cautious person, so I'm looking like, hey, my whole deal is I really want to wait and see what is presented because we have no presentation yet of fact, and that's something that Phoenix was commenting on yesterday or day before when he visited my stream. Is that there's not really a clear the narrative that we are operating under is almost more of a consensus social media 6-year-old put together by YouTubers and somewhat from the press releases of law enforcement whatever narrative, not really. We haven't seen like what is exactly being presented by the state because we're not in court yet. We're not at trial. And so what are you guys thoughts on how that even people like us who we do have some opinions that are slightly different, but we're able to get along and understand each other and respect each other despite those, smaller differences.
Why don't you go ahead, Fink?
Well, I'm probably in between. I'm pretty familiar with both of your perspectives, and I'm probably in between the two, somewhere there. I think I probably lean a little bit closer to what Prof thinks, but some of that information is information that I've gathered myself, and it is not public information. I'm not sure if there's a proper time to make that public information. I think based on everything that's public, there's nothing implicating Rick Allen in this crime. Going a little bit further, based on like my own research, it may lean more towards Prof's perspective, but it's still not convincing to me. Like I would need to see more to have any sort of like real like feeling that he's actually involved. And Michael's coming from a legal perspective where like that's the way things are. The law is the law, and there's reasonable doubt means something. So I mean, you gotta provide something to prove that this guy is involved with anything, let alone actual murder. And we haven't seen it, and I haven't seen it. Even given what I've researched myself, there's just not enough there to get to that point. So if they have something more, they have something more. But I mean, I think we would have seen some of that by now.
My turn?
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
No, it's, I mean, I said it before. I mean, I think based on what we know, and I want to say some of it's not evidence, right? But based, and some of it's not evidence that'll ever be in court.
Well,
I'm pretty, I'm pretty,
ever going to see
what?
in court.
Well, I'm pretty well convinced by, I would say, so in the law, there are different standards. There's so the lowest standard, is probable cause. That's that. Well, reasonable suspicion's the lowest, but the next is probable cause, which is enough to arrest somebody. It's a very low standard. Which is to say, there are some other people out there for whom probable cause exists to arrest, but they haven't been arrested. Then there's a preponderance of the evidence, so that's more likely than not. And then there's clear and convincing evidence, which is somewhere between more likely than not and then beyond a reasonable doubt. So beyond a reasonable doubt is the standard you need to convict somebody. Now, elsewhere I've said that you have to qualify, because we're sitting out here running logic and talking about what sort of doubt is reasonable, but a jury gets to define reasonable doubt for itself. And one of the things that's worried me about this case, and I think it's worried others, maybe not in quite these explicit terms, but is that you're sitting on a jury. There's been a horrible crime, and how much doubt is reasonable with the risk that you're letting the person who actually did it go. And while it might be nice to talk about Justice Holmes' pronouncement that it's better to set set nine guilty people free than to convict one innocent person. I don't think that's the view most jurors have. And so, I think reasonable doubt may in the real world be a sliding scale. And that the doubt you have that's reasonable, the amount of doubt has to be much lower before you acquit, or actually much higher before you acquit somebody.
No, I agree with that 100%. And your opinion on that has really informed me as far as like what my opinion on it is. Like, there's no doubt that is absolutely the case. I
Yeah, but
I'm just not sure. Like, I mean, I really worry about, like, even if you come at this from a like, put my devil's advocate hat on and come at this from a prosecution side, I really worry that the charges are not sufficient to like make a determination, because we're any level of involvement doesn't mean that you're the killer. Like, and I mean, I just don't know what they can possibly show to really convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt, like even on a sliding scale, that this
well,
person
we don't know what
is a killer, or like we're like, what are these, Michael? What are these felony murder charges? Like, what is this supposed to mean? Because
I haven't didn't the felony murder charges get dropped?
no, the felony murder charges didn't get dropped. Only the kidnapping charges got dropped, and that's where I've got a problem as far as like any level of involvement. Because what's like what are you saying here? Like, what are you going to present to where you could be like, hey, he's involved with the end result of death, but he's not actually the killer. Like, there's the only possible option is that there's another killer, right?
Yeah, let me
But I
chime
mean
in on
that's
that.
no, but I mean felony murders is a really common thing. You're part of it. You're the getaway driver in a bank robbery, and the person who goes in and actually robs the bank, kills somebody. You're good for the murder.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely, it's a very common thing, especially like in like, you know, states such as Indiana, where like they take some liberty, but that involves another person. Where's the other person? Where's the other person in the state's narrative?
Well, you don't act well. So I've got looking into a quintuple murder in Gary in 2000, and state's position was, yeah, we don't know who else was there, but this guy was there and involved, so he's good for all 5 murders.
Yeah,
And
well, see, but that's a situation where there's there's known another person's involved. Like, that's not the narrative that's been propagated here. Like,
not so far. I
as
know.
far as we know, like, what the state's case is a lone wolf case. In what situation in a lone wolf case is felony murder appropriate in any way, shape, or form? It doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
you say it's a lone wolf case. I mean, the charges show that not. I know that Holman has said in places that he was convinced that it's only one person. Other people have said that too. I think it's utterly obvious that it was more than one person, and the fact that Cleveland has filed the felony murder charges, I don't think you get to say.
Okay,
before he puts
that's what
on
I
his,
would say.
I don't think before he puts on his case that you get to say it's a lone wolf theory, because it's his theory now. He has to fight. He may have to fight what Holman has said earlier, but he can always say, well, we analyzed the evidence, and our analysis moved on from that, and that's why we filed the felony murder charges.
So let me ask something, because I think for my own clarity and for the clarity of our listeners, there's some things about these charges that are curious to me. So for certain, he was initially charged with the felony murder with the assumption that it was the kidnapping element. And as far as I'm aware, he's received new charges, which are not felony murder, but actual two murder charges, right? Am I right on that,
That's
Michael?
right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right. But those actual murder charges can also include accomplice liability,
It
which is
could
different
include,
from
yes,
felony
yes. But I mean that, okay, so when those two additional charges came, they were not as a subsection, they were under heading one, which was the direct charge for murder. So my question is that then subsequently those two kidnapping subsections were charges were dropped. Is that correct, Michael?
Yeah, and that's because more than 5 years had passed since the girls were found, and so there's a 5-year statute of limitations on
Okay,
kidnapping.
that's now
Well, that
that,
was Nick McClelland's explanation for it. I mean, I remember you asking me, Michael, like, hey, that's a good question, like whether that's really a thing. And based on what I had researched, it's not really a thing. Like if the kidnapping charges related to a murder, that statute of limitations
is that a thing? Yeah.
that does not apply. So they could have kept the kidnapping charges despite that 5-year limitations because it doesn't apply.
Well,
Well,
I would guess they dropped it because they don't want to give the jury an out to give them the option to downgrade.
right. Well, I agree with that. I agree with, and Royal We is saying that. But my question, okay, let me back it up a bit, because when the charges were first revealed, my initial thought was this, um, and that is that, okay, they're charging this guy in this way because obviously they think it is the most potentially successful way, so that they feel that they can most easily prove kidnapping. And since the girls ended up deceased, then they that would give them this ability to tie the two together and say, well, we can prove the kidnapping. We have confidence that we can. And what really has mystified me is, why would they upgrade the charges? So why do you go from kidnapping and then suddenly now we're saying, well, forget about that. We're just going to charge with murder? Because logically, I wouldn't think that you would go to something that would seem to be something more difficult to prove. So I am a little mystified by the whole thing, especially what Phoenix is saying, that it's not that clear that what McClelland put across is true, that there's some statute of limitations. Because if you're accessory, or if you're a felony murder, that's still a murder, right? I mean, is there a statute of limitations on that? And if there's not,
No,
then why
no,
would you make that?
no, but it's an interesting question, and maybe not even that interesting. I just don't have an answer to it. Whether the statute of limitations has expired on the felony that's the basis of the felony murder charge, can you actually get a felony murder charge? My guess is you probably can. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you. And look, I have a Apophis has a good point here, and it may be valid, because I think a lot of what we've seen has been psychological moves. Like, for instance, I believe the way that he's paraded around, I've always said, like Hannibal Lecter, is a psychological move. It's a PR move to affect the jury pool. You know, it's my opinion. And I have a hypothesis here is saying that more likely the charges were changed to push for a plea. So in other words,
Yeah,
maybe to
not not in
scare
this,
him.
not in this lifetime.
No?
I
There's
mean,
not going to be any.
it's not in this lifetime if it's you're looking at a lone wolf scenario. If there are other people involved, a plea deal does make a lot more sense. It just does. Like, and I mean,
The only world in which a plea deal makes sense is if they had charged this as a capital case, and the deal would be life instead of death.
well, right, but you've also told me before, like he can negotiate down to any different charges, not only ones that are charged.
But the prosecution, with two dead girls, the prosecution is, I mean,
Well, I
you
mean
know,
that's why it matters whether whether he's the only one involved or whether there's multiple people involved like that.
no, Fiend. I mean, I'm sorry. If he gets a 20-year sentence, of which he has to do 15, that's a life sentence.
Well,
And
no, I mean, if he can give up names of people that actually, like, if he's not the actual killer and he's like very tangentially involved in this, and maybe didn't even commit much of a crime at all, like you could give up the names of the people that are responsible and get way less,
Well, see,
but you have to give up that information
I
to
think
get
where
that
this
deal.
is important, okay, for me, where this conversation is going that actually gets to importance is that now we're talking like, Michael, what is the possibility that the defense would be allowed to present the fact that over the years, law enforcement and even the prosecutor himself has continuously implied that they're more involved or other actors? Um, is that something the defense is going to be allowed to present to say, hey, well, what about these other actors over the years mentioned time X, Y, Z, you know, etc.?
well, I think it's so. So obviously, the three outside the unified. I mean, which way are you asking this question? You're asking that why are they thinking it's more people now, or why were they
No,
saying it was people
I'm saying
earlier?
I'm saying that over the years, so going backwards, say most recently, it was Nick McClelland saying, "We believe that there's reason to believe there's other actors," right? And prior to that, you've had Doug Carter implying that a person or persons, you know, and et cetera, et cetera. Going back years, it's always been implied that it's kind of been pushed that person or persons, or we have reason to believe there's other actors. And so is the defense, would that even be allowed? Is I guess the other way to state it would would be, could Judge Gold deny them the opportunity to present to the jury that the statements from the prosecutor himself have indicated suspicions of other actors, you know?
Um, I don't know that it's true. That other actors with Rick are involved. I don't know that helps him. I think what helps him is that it was other people. Period.
Well, but I'm meaning to say that if he's going to go for a lesser, let's say he's in court and
Rick Allen is not going. I mean, these are hypothetical. From what we know, we have two, and so this is again part of the reason I'm, while persuadable that he's guilty by some bombshell evidence, but I don't think we have that. I don't think that there's going to be that. But one of the reasons I'm convinced by clear and convincing evidence he had nothing to do with it is that two separate sets of criminal defense lawyers very publicly have said as much, and criminal defense lawyers don't do that. And they've seen the discovery. They know more about the case than any of us.
Yeah, none
The
of
other
us have
thing,
seen the discovery, I don't think. But what I'm
Yeah,
getting at is, okay, what I'm trying to head towards is that if these original charges came that were indicating a kidnapping aspect, and if he is somehow presented with evidence that leans that direction, then although a kidnapping could be technically, we're talking felony murder, if other parties are involved, then that does not indicate capital murder, but felony murder. And then if the defense has knowledge that, and it's clear because the public has knowledge that even Nick McClelland himself has presented the fact that other actors are involved or were involved. I mean, I think it's a big deal, and the thing with this whole side of the community in my sphere is that we absolutely are convinced that there are multiple other actors involved, and whether Richard is involved or not, we believe if he is involved, it's at the most minimal, and if at all.
and
And so,
anybody's involvement in this is not going to be minimal. I mean, it just isn't. And I just, this is not the defense, the ground defense is going to be made on. The idea of minimizing, yeah, it was, yeah, Rick was bridge guy, but he really didn't do anything. Um, that's not going to fly with any jury to start with, and I don't think it's supported by the evidence. I mean, it just isn't. At least so far, what we have. I mean, what the state's going to say is he's bridge guy. We got the bullet, and we got these confessions. Well, they've
well,
got some other. Yeah, go ahead.
well, Michael, you're focused on like on a trial like situation, and given that we've got until October to get to from here to there, like that's not the only option. When you talk about plea bargains, there's every option, like everything is negotiable. It's all negotiable. So
It's really
if other
it's
people are involved
political.
and he can give up that information, that totally changes the dynamics. He could plead to any lesser crime or potentially no crime at all, and that's it. We're like, if you're only focused on, like, yes, at a trial, like, you've got everything that you're saying is 100% correct.
I'm sorry, I just don't think there's any world in which Rick Allen, if he was involved, was minimally involved. I just don't think it's happening. I don't think there is no there's just no set of imaginable facts.
Get a plea deal where you do no time and walk free. People take that deal. Like, what? Why on earth would he not take that deal?
He'd take that deal, but McClelland's never going to offer that deal. Never.
Well, it depends on what information he may or may not have.
If he could give Nick McClelland slam dunk 3 other people, I guarantee Rick Allen would not want. I mean, Nick McClelland cannot no prosecutor. I mean, I'm not saying
if he gave him a slam dunk deal, like 3 other people, like I'm not following. If he can for sure incriminate 3 other people that are the actual killers.
Yeah,
why wouldn't the state accept that?
Because they've got him.
So they would let the 3 other killers.
I'm sorry, the plea deal thing. I mean, if more evidence comes out, I mean, there's just really no point in talking about plea deals at this point. I mean, it's so speculative. If new evidence comes out, Yeah, maybe, but Rick Allen isn't going to get a plea for anything less than 20 years.
Well, what
Whatever.
if he didn't do anything? Why wouldn't he get a plea for less than
Well,
20
if he didn't, if he didn't do anything, then he probably doesn't know anything to give anybody. I mean, Rick Allen was not on anybody's radar. There's no reason, there's no connection between any of the other, known 30 third-party suspects.
Well,
There's,
I
Well,
would
that's
actually
that's
disagree with that strongly. I mean, because I because of what I know, I would definitely disagree.
yeah, and
well,
I think that's something that's stated
everybody
a lot,
claims
and
secret
it
information.
isn't necessarily true because people don't know. Because
and
people
what I would
don't.
say is to kind of mediate both of you is that, you know, none of us know what evidence we have not seen, so that the prosecutor holding evidence that even the defense has not seen yet, whether it's unethical and malfeasance or not, or the defense holding evidence that none of us have seen them, none of this has been presented yet, so we're all really sort of speculating and spitballing it. But
Well, I mean,
I could see, I could see a situation with multiple people involved where someone where Rick Allen could be in a position, if there is evidence presented that he has involvement, to say, yes, well, I have involvement in that. I was part of a group that was in the vicinity, and the end result was that these other guys did harm to these girls. Well, then he has bargaining chips. But this is why we're all saying that. I know
look,
we're
the lawyers,
discussing court. We're discussing what we believe is the greater picture here, that there are others involved, and we just have no way to know whether or not Rick is one way or the other. But I'm leaning towards yes. Obviously, if you look at what has been presented in the form of the PCA and the little drops that the defense have provided in the disclosures and the filings, yeah, I still haven't seen anything, and the bullet is nothing to me, and the PCA is absolute garbage. I mean, so yeah, there's no indicators of his guilt whatsoever, that I've seen. But I'm still allowing for that there could be presented, and in that case, I'm wondering, well, damn, like I could definitely see the prosecutor, if he has, if there is some slight evidence that he's involved in some minimal way, but he can give up three or four or one or two others who actually took the girls and killed them. I would see that, yeah, there could be some sort of situation, but I still don't think that means he would plea. I mean, he could also
look,
just say, well, yeah, let's take this shit to trial.
look, the best evidence we have is two sets of lawyers who have seen the discovery, who have said quite publicly Rick Allen had nothing to do with it. And it is just until there's any evidence that he was involved, really. I mean, there's not even firm evidence that the girls were killed where they were found, which sort of undermines the whole bridge guy thing.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, what we
And
believe is all of that is artificial, every single aspect.
well, and fine. And so what I'm saying is, it is just not. If you all want to talk about pleas, you can talk about pleas. I'm really not interested in talking about pleas because there's no reason to think that look, either Rick Allen was into it up to his nose hairs, or he wasn't involved at all. It's not. It's not what
I
you.
think there's an in between there.
I really don't. I mean, there's no evidence to suggest there is.
I think somebody can be hardly involved and still get pinned for this for no great.
We can agree to.
But we know
Somebody.
we do know that in some way he is involved, or mostly. Like, we know that he's at least a witness.
No,
We
we
know,
don't.
well, we don't for sure know it, but like, given the narrative that he gave a tip and was at the scene of the on the bridge or on the trails of that day, and is a very important witness that they for some reason discounted. If like, it's not a huge jump to just say like, okay, we'll take that at face
We don't
value.
know. We don't know the details of the dueling statement. He said he was there at a different time later when he was
Yeah,
questioned.
but that's what I by involved. That's what I mean. Like, he's involved as a witness. He could
Well,
be
but that's not a reason.
he clearly was a very, like, if he was there on that day per his own tip, potentially, because his tip doesn't actually state the day that he was there. His tip does not state that he was there on that day. He could have been there the day before, the day after.
I'm just not going to talk
It
about his.
doesn't even
I'm
say
not
that.
going to
But
talk
if he
about.
was there,
You're shifting.
he's involved in somewhere.
You're shifting. No, you're shifting the meaning of involved, and this just isn't talking about police is just not true. It just isn't talking about it really isn't. And
Well,
involved.
yeah,
I
those
put
are
up.
two separate things for sure.
I
Yeah,
I I put I
that's
put
not what I mean by like involved. Like,
I put up on Twitter. You know, um, you know, three girls report. Tip in that 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 they were on the trail. Rick Allen tips in that he was on the trail and he saw the three girls.
well,
The
there weren't
police.
three girls.
Oh, good. Let me
Those
finish.
were four girls.
Let me finish. Well, he said three. And the police arrest the three girls. I mean, his, he was no more involved than the three girls or four. And there
Well,
is
yeah,
somebody,
but the three or four means
and there is somebody who reports seeing three girls walking over the Freedom Bridge, not four.
there weren't ever three girls. That's one of the most ridiculous things that it isn't one of the things in this case. There, the PCA says three girls, three girls, three girls. Rick Allen says three girls, but there was actually four girls. So he
And
didn't say
maybe there were,
he didn't
maybe,
support he didn't
and
see
maybe
four.
there were another three girls. I don't know. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, but like, so
I
that's
do
a
know.
totally different
I
people.
do know that two sets of lawyers who have seen the discovery said Rick Allen had nothing to do with this. I do know that Rick Allen has zero criminal history. He has zero history of violence against women, violence against children. Um, I do know that for 5.5 years, with Bridge Guy's picture up there, nobody turned him in, so
Right.
even falsely turned him in. And if Nick McClelland has bombshell evidence, I'm absolutely persuadable it was Rick Allen, and sentence him to life in prison.
I mean, if it was like, I 100% agree with you. Like, 100% agree with you on what you're saying. What we have to like completely understand is that if that's the case, law enforcement has done a terrible job with this from the start. If Rick Allen was identifiable and they missed it, like, you can't have it both ways. Like, either Rick Allen is the guy, or law enforcement did a terrible job. Those are the only two options.
Well, I mean, I one of the things now that I think, and I mentioned this, maybe it was on CJ's Live, maybe it was on Defense Diaries last night. I forget when I repeated myself, and I think I've been a little maybe overexposed and should just shut up for a while. Um, now there's time. I've been in touch with a technical guy, and I think he's sent the defense lawyers on to somebody else, or maybe doing it himself. But I think it is provable that Mullen's account of how the first week of interviews was over recorded is simply impossible.
I've been wondering about that, and yeah, I have kind of agreed, and someone gave me some excuse as to why not, but I'm still not convinced by that why not. I'm thinking it has to be intentional. Like
Yeah, it's
Well,
100% intentional by somebody.
it's
It,
intentional.
well,
Yeah.
by
Not
somebody. Somebody
but,
intentionally
but,
did it.
but look, and part of the problem and part of the sort of the Delphi environment has to do with people. You draw the inference that sort of as a matter of common sense, it seems unlikely. But the problem is accidents do happen on the one hand, but for technical reasons, this doesn't. I have reason to believe this couldn't have happened accident, at least not the way Mullen said it did. And then the task is go to the software company, go to the hardware company, find out how it worked, and prove that it couldn't. I mean, with something like actual evidence and actual witnesses that
Right.
it couldn't
right,
have
not a
happened.
mystery. Right.
And
Right.
and,
Yeah. There needed to be an investigation of how this happened,
and
and not doing an investigation and figuring out how it happened is evidence in and of itself.
well, here's here's the here's the thing that set my spidey senses tingling, and that was that uh, Mullen testified that they discovered in August 2017 that the first week of interviews, which would have been the third week in February, had been over-recorded, and he described how it happened. But he also said that people, so in addition to doing the interviews and recording them, people would write, police officers, law enforcement, as everybody calls it, would write reports of the interview. And then what they would do would be they would attach the recording of the interview electronically, supposedly, to the reports. So, you interview somebody, you have the recording, you write up uh, your own version of the interview and your observations about it, and then you attach the actual recording. So when did people write these reports? Because I would think that the people who were writing the reports, when they went to attach the recordings, would have discovered much earlier than August of 2017 that the recordings didn't exist.
Yeah, and what bothers me, Michael, is I think the amount of time does not make any sense for the discovery of those recordings being erased or recorded over, because I mean, he said himself in the courtroom that the investigators would often come and ask to retrieve particular interviews from that series of recordings. So, how do you go 6 months or however long it was, approximately 6 months, without even discovering that? You meaning for 6 months, no one's going back and trying to get a copy of the interview they just did last week or last month? You know?
Yeah, no, I mean that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying was a definite thing to tie it to. Now, there's people write these reports. They're supposed to attach the recordings to the report. They would have written the reports fairly soon after the interview. So why weren't these discovered well before August 2017?
Exactly.
but you gotta, but you gotta prove this stuff. I mean, that's what the lawyers and the investigators are doing. And um, the thing that at least some people sort of try and do, and I think it's a mistake. At least it's not the way I investigate cases. Is sort of trying to prove police incompetence or even worse, corruption, sort of top down, just drawing, well, it has to be this, it has to be that. And, you know, police incompetence or corruption, if it is that, has to emerge from the investigation, not the investigation emerging from the incompetence or corruption.
So Michael, what's the like chances that they just, like the judge doesn't let this type of information into this scenario at all? Like you
What
can't even
type of
talk.
what type of information?
Well, that all these interviews are destroyed. Like, what's the chance that is never heard by a jury? Is it pretty highly likely, or
No, I
not?
would say, especially, I don't know what the chances are. I mean, I think it's admissible. I think the third party evidence can come in.
Well,
I've
I'm
been
talking about like, well, what about just that all these interviews were destroyed?
well, but the interviews involve some of the people in the defense are going to allege for the third party perpetrators, and so
But
the,
it's not just the third party perpetrators. It's all the evidence of the first week of the investigation. All the interviews from the first week of the investigation, which are
including the family.
extremely comprehensive. They include like family members and witnesses and third party like potential third party culprits. Like, what's the chance that doesn't even get to be mentioned? The fact that all those interviews are destroyed is even mentioned to the jury. Is that a likely thing or an unlikely thing, or
well,
we
I
don't
was gonna get there, but
know? Go ahead.
I would say if the third party evidence comes in, certainly the destruction of the interviews with those people will get in. I can't imagine if the destruction of that evidence gets in, the destruction of, the accidental over recording of all the interviews won't get in, but maybe some get in, maybe some don't. I don't know whether the jury will hear that the entire week was over recorded or not. I expect it will, because there will be a serious attack on the investigation generally, because it fits right in with sending click currency and
Murphy.
yeah, sending them to Coventry. Do you all know what sending somebody to Coventry is?
No.
Nope.
Oh, in girls' schools in England, when girls, when they were get mad at somebody for something, one of the other girls would send them to Coventry, which means gives them the silent treatment.
Okay, I'm looking at this, Michael, because unfortunately I haven't been able to find the full document, but in I forget what it was titled, but it's where McClellan files about 2 weeks ago, where he's asking that things be suppressed. Okay, and so he asked for a number of things. For instance, the third party motives or parties, like any of the ones in the Franks memorandum. He kind of asked for that to be left out, including the Kleins and Logan, and anything about Todd Click. Then he asked that the geofencing be left out, and then he asked that prior bad acts of any witnesses. And then the most interesting thing that touches upon what you were talking about, both of you, is that he doesn't want any reference to how the files were labeled that were handed over, or the PowerPoints by the state. And I just can't find the full document. Those are my screenshots, but I had the full document where I was trying to look and see what else. I wanted the full list of like, what else is he asking not be presented? Because is it what you were speculating about?
Well, I think he was asking, so I don't think he was asking if the geofencing evidence itself be excluded, if I remember correctly, and if I'm wrong.
Well, he didn't really specify that really
Well,
clearly.
let me read it.
May I finish, please? I believe that he asked that that particular expert's testimony be excluded.
Well, I think it's both. Let me read it for both of you and the audience here. Let's see, because I initially I thought it was just the expert, but listen how it's phrased. It says any reference to geofencing and or any testimony from Kevin Horan about geofencing or the findings from any geofence search. So it sounds to me like it's both. Like no reference
right.
to geofencing.
No, yeah, that's utterly bizarre. But
it's bizarrely phrased, except that like in retrospect, we know that the state actually wants to call a very famous geofencer expert. So it is weird that it's phrased that way.
No, it's not weird. It's perfectly normal, but it means that they don't want to put on their geofencing expert. They don't want
they do want
evidence.
but they do want to put on their geofencing expert. They have the best geofencing expert that's ever existed.
And what I'm saying is you got to read the pleading. Obviously, they've changed their mind. They want to keep the geofencing
I don't think
evidence.
so. I think they've just poorly.
You do not move to keep out the geofencing evidence itself if you're still planning to put on your geofencing expert.
Well, I think what it is, guys, is I think that no, they want to put on Kevin Horan to solely talk about one or two phones, maybe the girls and Richard Allen or something like that. I think what it is they don't want the defense to present any of the other phones that may be included in that geofence data, because it says that is not relevant or is for the purpose of confusing the issues or has a potential to mislead the jury. So I think what it is no, they may use the geofencing for one or two, like it's part of the railroading. Is what it feels like.
Well, if they're claiming, okay,
Prof,
well
you're right. You're right.
Then there's so what they're trying to say is that the Rick's geofencing evidence is somehow not relevant, and that's just stupid.
I don't think it's Rick's that they're talking about. Like,
well, yeah, it is Rick. That's the evidence they want to put on.
They want to put on Rick.
No,
and maybe
they're talking about what the defense wants to talk about. They're not.
No, they're talking as far as what they want to be suppressed, right? They see. I'm thinking what it is you got several other guys out there or people, and Nick doesn't want you to discuss those others. No.
Yeah.
He only wants to railroad Nick, Rick Allen and the one girl.
Well, railroad's a loaded term, but what he's saying is that this other. So we've got relevant geofencing evidence, and geofencing evidence they have isn't relevant, and that's just preposterous.
They definitely want to put on their own. The state wants to put on their own expert as far as the geofencing. This is the preeminent expert he testifies for the state time and time again. He is the best geofencer expert that exists. He owns the company that does the geofencing experting. Like, this guy is going to testify for the state. When they asked for him for it to be suppressed and in an motion and limine, they just don't want the defense to talk about their evidence to refute him.
It's not.
He's not going to be an expert for the defense. This is the guy for the state.
Yeah. You said that, Gene. And what I'm saying is that his argument is that what the evidence that Rick has is not relevant, and the reason it isn't relevant probably goes along with his plain.
Well, I don't think it has to do with Rick. I think it has to do with other people.
Well,
It's Rick's evidence. It's Rick's evidence. Okay, it's past 1 o'clock. I think I'm going to go to bed. This is. It's. I mean, it's a legal point he's saying, and it goes along with his trying to keep out the third-party evidence, especially when he's talking about confusing the jury. And it is Rick's evidence. I'm not saying it's Rick about Rick. It's the evidence, Rick, that Brad and Andy will try to get in. It's Rick's evidence in his part of the case. And it goes hand in hand with the third party stuff. And so, it'll confuse the jury. And, I think as I put up on Twitter, it's like, oh, okay. So Rick's confessions, I mean, it's just another part of this. Rick's confessions, you can convict him for those, but it's not okay to get the other confessions and other awkward things that people have said. So, yeah, it's okay for us to get our geofencing evidence in, but it's not okay to get. It's not okay for them to get theirs. The motion and
that's what they're asking for. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. They're being silly and asking for these things. Like the motion in limine is so broad, it's ridiculous.
Well, and that's why there's going to be a hearing on it. And on defense diaries last night, there's a fresh case out of the 9th Circuit that talks about. It's a habeas case actually that talks about how powerful third-party evidence of third-party guilt is, and versus even if for some reason under state evidence rules we can keep it out, there's a due process right to put on a defense, and in that case, at least, that right was violated, and it's going to be that's a powerful case for Brad and Andy to argue with the judge. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But it is past 1 o'clock, and I think I need to call it a night.
Well, thanks for.
But I want to thank you again. I do want to thank you again, Prof, for the help with the contempt stuff.
Well, thank you. And hey, I'm actually surprised that in one instance the judge did not completely exercise her strong arm. I was happily surprised, and I think that it's a moment that things turned out fair. So thank you, and Andy and Brad, and Judge Go.
Well, Dave Hennessy had an awful lot to do with it.
Oh gosh, how could I forget Dave Hennessy? The most what I said about him is my first impression, and one that I'm sticking with is I'm really impressed with his ability to get to the bottom line of any particular point of situation. And to me, it's a skill, because I know I'm not. I get very verbose, but Hennessy gets just to such a simplicity in his points. And no, thank you to Mr. Hennessy as well for trying to speak some sanity into this situation. And thank you, Michael, for jumping on. And it's always a good surprise to see you and hear you.
Hey, thanks, Prof. See you, Fiend.
Peace.
All right, bye, Mike. Well, thank you, Michael, and thank you to everyone. Please tell Michael thank you in the chat, so he feels
Michael's
extra
off.
warm and
Michael's off.
fuzzy. But no, I agree with just to finish up on that. I mean, it's really Michael's right. I believe where it goes hand in hand with the whole ball of wax. You know, it's like the whole objective here is don't look at anyone else. We're not going to discuss how it's more complicated and there are other third parties. We're only discussing Rick Allen. And I have a hypothesis here says it's strategically worded to exclude the 3 phones that were at the crime scene, quote unquote, the dump site, at the time the state claims the girls were murdered. Yes, those 3 phones that
Right.
we still don't have names for and that they don't want discussed. And I think they will use that expert solely for the purposes of putting Rick in the vicinity, uh, possibly, and putting the victim's phone in the vicinity. And just remembering that
Yeah, yeah.
his
I
phone
mean,
doesn't mean victim; it means victim's phone.
this expert has when he's testified previously, he's often testified only on the victim's phone and just tracking that. So
It could be
I
just
mean,
that. Yeah.
it could be just that. Like, but this is a very good expert. And he's going to be a state expert. It was very confusing the way that like it came out, but it's they're not suppressing their own expert. They want their expert there. This is the best expert that has existed.
No, it's very clearly worded. I think that in that it says it's in every word in here is intentional, and the language is specifically pointing at not relevant or for the purpose of confusing or bringing in third parties. So that to me, that's your red flag right there. That's telling it all because those words would
Right.
not be.
You're on it right there, dude.
Yeah, if they didn't matter, they wouldn't be in there. Um, so thank you to everyone for telling Michael. Thank you and for your kind words. I've been seeing the chat. Wow, so I didn't expect to get into serious talk. I mean, usually on a Friday, uh, we relax and shoot the breeze, so to speak. But I think with Michael's particular perspective is definitely coming from the courtroom, and I'm not so much concerned. I am concerned with the situation with Mr. Allen's rights, which are. I mean, I'm clearly not a fan of any way this has been handled at all. I mean, I think if I put any of my loved ones in his shoes, um, it's pretty egregious. And so that's my take on this situation with Alan. But I just cannot get over my basic premise, and what a lot of the listeners here follow is that there's just a big feeling that there's something else to this case, and I don't even I don't guard my words about it. I believe we have a criminal syndicate responsible, or more like a cartel, but somewhere in between the cartel that's protecting their own production and money flows, and a handful of individuals possibly linked. So my whole speculation is we have a whole crowd that's yet to be addressed in the legal system. And this is why it's bothersome and why I wanted to bring up this thing with Alan is that I truly do believe that he was initially charged in the way that the state best felt they could be successful, and that is kidnapping. And for it to be changed, there has to be a reason. And if there are others involved, or if Rick is not involved whatsoever, and it's only others involved, Problem still isn't, whatever may happen with Richard Allen, it's problem's not solved, and that's been my thing this whole time. Whatever happens with Rick Allen, this ain't done, and I will never be convinced. And so I just cannot fathom the incident taking place. I described it in my last show. The way it's sort of consensus believed with Gray Hughes' narrative, the way this is supposed to have taken place, no way. I'm not convinced. And I'm not convinced, even if the time and place is correct, that this guy could have pulled it off in the way that it appears to have been pulled off. I mean, I've not hidden the fact that I've seen the crime scene photos, and there's absolutely no way. When you look at those crime scene photos, and you consider this whole thing, there's absolutely no way. And so that's a huge red flag. It's then it means, well, who then?
I lean towards that very heavily, like that there's a lot more involved in this. The state themselves have not really said this is a lone wolf crime, and to even less likely that it's a lone wolf crime that Rick Allen perpetrated. That just doesn't make any sense. If he's involved, which we, like, as you're saying, like, we haven't seen that. Like, we just haven't seen it. Like, nobody's seen anything that really says this says he's involved. You would think that you would at least see that. Like, if you don't have that, you don't have a probable cause. Like, you have to see something that says this guy is involved in some way, shape, or form. We haven't seen that.
And then that's what I said earlier. The bullet. I mean, come on.
The bullet's bullshit.
Come on. Who in the fucking world is gonna buy that? The bullet ain't gonna convince me or anyone with a modicum of fucking sanity that he killed Abby.
I think they're really hoping that it will, but I would agree with you. I don't think it's gonna be very convincing. I mean, they want to marry that. They want to marry that with statements, and this is the whole reason that the defense wanted their guarantee. We need 2 weeks to put on our case. We've got a lot of shit to say about this. We have evidence, and we needed the guarantee that we're gonna be able to put on this evidence and these witnesses and make our case. And that's the whole reason the thing was delayed, because even though that's a very reasonable, like, expectation, they didn't want to grant that.
I mean, the whole thing that these narrative pushers are trying to make people to believe with hocus pocus. I mean, it's like confessions mean absolutely nothing to me, and for this reason: bullet holes in the girls' backs. Okay, yeah, show me the bullet holes in the girls' backs, and I will believe one of the confessions, or possibly more. But the fact that this man can, in some way or another, included in implicating statements that he's shot the girls in the back. I mean, how does it work? I mean, how can you say, okay, well, that one, okay, yes, he was not accurate on that confession, but yeah, then there's another confession where he was. How can you make people believe that
Yeah,
in a state of mind?
it's the information. Who knows where the information he's getting comes from? We're talking about Dr. Walla Valhalla here. Like, she's in all these Facebook groups and all these YouTube, watching YouTube for the past how many years?
Let's talk
Like,
about her.
can like influence the things that she's going to hear from him? Yeah, absolutely, she can.
Yeah, well,
Here,
it's like I was saying earlier about leading witnesses or leading an interview,
right.
leading this show. You know, it's people have more skill than others, but let me read some of this because I know that you've seen it, but maybe some of the viewers haven't heard it. For instance, on the question of just wondering who everyone watches on YouTube, I'm not here to argue. We all like different people. Personally, I prefer channels that don't just follow the narrative and do their own research. Oh, you'd like me, Robin Flick. Do I agree with everything they say? No, but I respect their opinions. Well, come on, Robin. The channels I don't watch are the ones that yell and call people names because they don't agree with them or question them. They have egos that can't allow them to be wrong. I don't agree with people that dox. Okay. Monica says, Gray Hughes. Well, I mean, okay. I'm taking it one by one, Fiend. So put your seatbelts on.
Yeah, I mean, if you start with Gray Hughes, okay, dude.
Yeah, because Gray Hughes is the state narrative. Okay, so let's start with that. Okay, so first of all, woman, Gray Hughes. Okay, and look, this is not an attempt to slander. Okay, guys, if you're listening, please just be patient. This is my opinion. I'm not trying to go after anyone. I'm only trying to go after Monica Walla right now. Delphi After Dark. And she says, for the drama. Well, I mean, you know I'm not the greatest fan of Rick Snay because precisely of the drama. Okay? So not only does she love Gray Hughes, which is the state's narrative of the crime, but then she loves the drama that Rick Snay brings. Next up, True Crime Investigates Anthony Greeno. Okay? Well, enough said. So, criminality. Well, I'll give her that. Okay, I'll give her that. Although I personally don't agree with Teresa over certain social things in the community, criminality has a fairly middle ground channel. Defense Diaries. Well, so does Bob Mata have somewhat of a middle ground type channel. Sleuth Intuition. Again, I don't know, man. That Sleuth is a notch down from Gray Hughes with the narrative pushing, and she says,
Not down. How would you?
well, I mean, to me, he has a little more curiosity of thought. Although Richard Allen is still a lone wolf murderer, and I have to, Photoshop his face onto real killers. But no, but then she parenthetically states his calm tone is unnerving. So, I mean, it's like she's entertained by the Delphi murders, okay, in the YouTube community. And then if you go and look at her Facebook group memberships, it's literally just about everyone. Like, literally just about every single Facebook Delphi group. And so she is the psychologist from the state of Indiana that practices at Westville that is supposed to be offering evidence through testimony against Richard Allen. And it's, I mean,
Well, the state has asked whether her testimony can be admissible. And I think that we're seeing good reason why.
why it should not. And but see, that's
Yeah,
the reason the
why
troll
this is
farm.
in question. Why
Okay,
this is in
I made a
question.
post earlier because what we had Turbo Time come out and allege that this is a different Monica Walla. It is not Dr. Monica Walla of Westville. Well,
I
in
mean,
lockstep,
we're in
all of
silly
these
world then.
all of these prosecution pushing channels, okay, or however you want to put it, I call them troll farm channels. They all immediately shared that and pushed that, okay, and even Turbo herself made the following statement: please help spread the word. The conspiracy theorists are at it again. Okay, there's a cross-platform spread of misinformation like wildfire. Well, it's looking more and more like no, the misinformation and conspiracy theorists are actually you, Turbo Time, and
I
others
mean,
who share that.
that's completely ridiculous.
But it's
I mean,
her. We know it's her. Okay, and so someone made an extremely succinct comment, and I shared it also on the community page. It says, anyone think it's super inappropriate for a treating psychologist who may be a witness at trial is a member of this group and others? Yeah. Yeah, we do think it's extremely inappropriate, and it's possibly conflict of interest. You should not at all be a witness. I mean, it's proven.
well, you shouldn't be the advising on treatment having that sort of bias in your background.
Well, you shouldn't
Period.
even be treating him, to be honest with you. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. There's absolutely no like defense for. I mean, there are ethics involved with mental health treatment. You can't have that type of background and pretend that you're the right person to. Oh yeah, I'll advise you on what what your mental health plan should be. Like that's absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, she could also have been contributing to the deterioration of his mental health. I mean, if you really want to go towards it.
Well, yeah, that's why
Yeah,
you just need to like not be involved with it at all. Like you immediately just like back yourself out
she
of that
should not be
situation.
treating him
And
another single
and
session at all.
yeah, you're allowed to do that. Like unless you're being coerced by your employer to 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 just do your job anyway.
I mean, it's kind of
You,
like having the Odinist guards treat him. In my opinion, it's almost
right.
equivalent.
Even if they weren't like didn't have any sort of agenda, like you might want to like mention that to your boss and be like, oh, by the way, I'm an Odinist. Like I don't it gets
I
too
mean, dude, let's
ridiculous.
be real.
Like
It's like having white supremacists on the police
all of
force
it.
in the hood. Okay, that's what it's like. Let's just be fucking honest here. It's completely unacceptable. And sorry, it's a this whole thing has shown such a terrible light on Indiana. I mean, I am every day I think that this case is going to get more calm. Usually as things transpire, things can kind of gain a little concordance or something, a little resolution. But this is constant. Every time the day turns, it's something else astonishing. Yeah, and Amy says it's kind of a HIPAA issue.
It may or may not be like
Yeah, I
HIPAA.
know.
Like
Yeah,
it's people think a lot of things about HIPAA
I think
that
it's
are
skirting.
true.
Well, it's skirting some ethical concerns to me.
The ethical concerns are 100%. Like
Yeah.
that's not even a question at all.
I just feel if you're a doctor, this guy's already in a very difficult position in a mental state. You're prejudiced because of your fascination with the drama of Rick Snay and the narrative of
Well,
Grace. And you
well, we
watch
gotta talk.
Intuition, and Sleuth Intuition is constantly putting Rick Allen on the screen, photoshopped into murderous positions. I mean, bro, if you consume this YouTube Delphi content, you could understand what we're getting at here. Hey, Phoenix.
Sure.
I'm sorry to. I know I'm rather verbose, but look, CJ is in the back room, and please hang around, and I'll let CJ on because I want to see what he has to say, and CJ and I have some talking to do personally as well. So, but let's bring CJ on and welcome him. Everyone, please be
All
nice
right.
to CJ as he enters the room.
I'll be nice to CJ.
Okay. Well, you always are, but let's bring him in. Hello,
Can you hear
welcome,
me?
CJ. Hello.
Are you able? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I just was jumping in to see what you guys were talking about.
Oh, tough times
I
in
didn't know
Delphi.
what I didn't know what topic you guys were on, but I was sitting here and saw you were live, so I just hopped in here.
Well, we were
We've
going
kind of
off
been all over the place.
koala, but go ahead, Phoenix.
Oh, that's so we've kind of been all over the place. We had Michael on here for a while, and he had a lot of great things to say and kind of like ground us as far as like we're not lawyers, so.
Well, I heard I caught a little bit there of the end of the conversation about the psychologist, and I agree. Did her being involved in any of those groups affect her care? But you know, whether it did or didn't, just the implication that that decision has, because now you can call so much into question, um, not only for her, but was she talking to somebody else in that prison that somehow she imposed a bias on of, hey, this son of a bitch, he's the guy, and then maybe they started treating him differently. It just calls so much into question, and that's why, in my opinion, it is an issue.
Yeah, I mean, she's caught. Here's what really bothers me. That Turbo went out of her way to knowingly post a falsehood because we were onto it immediately. So we're onto it immediately. We're sharing it. We're discussing it behind the scenes. Turbo goes out of her way, as usual, to gaslight and to disinform. And she does it abrasively with calling us all conspiracy theorists immediately. Okay, then lockstep, entire troll farm. And what do I mean by that? Ruckus Rocks, Frank Meister, Tommy Frost. I mean, one after the other. Boom, 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 boom. They were all pushing the same deal. Bossy.
So I know that Turbo's probably been around for a long time, but I'm not super familiar with her. Like,
I was gonna say, I don't know who that is either.
Then yeah, I'm kind of like,
well, she's
backing up CJ here as well. Like I figured he probably wasn't super familiar with
Well,
her
is
either.
she the one who made the Reddit post saying that account wasn't really that woman? And
She didn't make that post, but they quoted her post.
Well, she goes by different names on every platform. So she's Angie Hopkins on Facebook, but she's Turbo.
I think that, like, I've only seen a few things from Turbo. I wasn't really even aware of her like until like more recently. But I mean, I think there's like some interesting things that she's brought up previously, as far as like, like whether it was Dan Doolin or Tom Skinner that like took the tip narrative because that's actually an element that we don't really know about. And I think there's some interesting things to hear about Thomas Skinner.
Yeah, yeah, but those are common things. I mean, I just look at the whole fucking the MO with this lady is that she's a prosecution pusher. You know, she's and has been ever since the arrest of Richard Allen. You know,
Well, you lose a lot of credibility when you just state something that's totally crazy. Like, this isn't the same Monica Wall. Like, come on.
but what I noticed happened. Okay, so simultaneously, they all a couple days ago they all went with that. Okay, and so what I did, like an idiot, I deleted my post because I thought I got insecure and I thought, oh man, hold on, I better do some fact checking. So myself and a couple, we went hardcore to determine, like, do we know what we're talking about here, or did we jump the gun? And then we confirmed from the 99th percentile, and now we're saying, okay, well, hold on. And then earlier today or this evening, simultaneously, they all take it down. Boom, quietly, no apology, no retraction. It just disappears.
Oh,
It
so you're
vaporizes.
saying they removed the post saying it was not her?
Right. This evening,
Okay.
simultaneously, it vaporized without any explanation.
Hmm. Yeah, that's
Because,
interesting, isn't it?
yeah, I think it's because they realized it wasn't going to work because we got the screenshots before she was able to delete all that shit. And we got more screenshots too that we haven't published.
Well, and even Fiend, I'm pretty sure it was you that said this the other day, but um, her self imploding and deleting everything is clearly I mean, why would you do that if there was absolutely nothing to anything that any of us were saying it, and it, you know, just something that I compare it to, whether people believe that Fig Solves was in fact in communication with McClelland or somebody from the state. I still find it interesting at the least that he removed all the videos, that he went away from YouTube for that time period, and that he sent that letter to the judge. And then right around the time that the contempt piece was coming to an end, then he comes back.
He comes back, right. Once he's out of because he let things cool off. It's exactly. And, not only him. I mean, remember the time of the leaks, uh, Tyler Carpenter, he nuked his Discord because that's where it all took place. And not only that, Ruckus Rocks pretty much cleaned house.
Ruckus Rocks deletes all his shit all the time.
I was
No,
gonna
but
say that
yeah,
one name there that you said, Prof. I don't know who that first name. That Tyler. I don't
he
know
would
who
be
that.
famous as the Reg Cord or Reg Dunlop. And a lot of people were in there that could tell you about what was going on in there. But no, Tyler was named in the court filings as being alleged to be involved in the leaks, although Holman did not properly investigate to see whether he actually was or not. He sort of just took their word for it. That's what I mean. These leaks have not been yet properly investigated forensically.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is there any reason to actually investigate it? Like, clearly there wasn't. They didn't give a shit about and actually investigating where the leaks came from. They cared about investigating
Baldwin and Roger.
Yeah, right. They just wanted to attack. That's the only thing that mattered. Attack the defense. And a defense team that Judge Gall specifically put in place. Like, what are we doing here? Like, it's insanity. Like, Judge Gall put these two people in place, and then we've got the whole world just trying to attack them. It doesn't even make any sense in the first place.
Well, and not only that, but you know, I understand that there are people who cover this case from all over the country. I get that. And Prof, I'm not trying to dox you, obviously, but I don't think that you live in the Midwest. I could be wrong about that. However, how do these various creators who don't even live in the state, this specific one I'm talking about here being Fig, living in California, how the fuck does he get the unsealed PCA a week before anybody else does? How could that possibly happen? There are creators who I'm sure would have paid good money to have had that exclusive. And somehow Gary Baldette gets it with his 6,000 subscriber channel. And I can't even shit on the guy because if okay, let me ask you this question. Let's say I had to say, hey Prof or hey Fiend, uh, make something up about that crime scene that was found there. You'd say, oh well, they found a fingernail or they found a glove or they found a knife. That's probably what the generic things we would probably say, right? What you wouldn't say is an unspent round because nobody's ever heard of that before. But that's what Fig said, and guess what? He just so happened to be right. So it wasn't a random guess.
No,
Somebody somehow he knew that. And
he
I
had
just wanted to
both
know how.
versions of the PCA. He had the first one, then he had what he referred to as version 2.0, which was the perfected one, which was
Yeah.
released. So how is he having a direct line while at the same time confessing to having a direct line to Nick McClelland
Right.
and
And
law enforcement?
for anybody who wants to say, because as crazy as this is, there are people who say, well, it's all the defense's fault because that all came out from them and they perpetrated it. What purpose, what benefit would have possibly been given to the defense by Gary Baldette saying there's this unspent round? And Gary Baldette also thinks their client is guilty and is doing as much as he possibly can to you know push the narrative that he's guilty. Oh, and by the way, anybody who says that Richard Allen is not guilty, um, well, you're in this guy's crosshairs. Apparently, I haven't watched it yet, but apparently he just released another video where he uh, targets a certain person's family member that was a guest on here tonight. He's already made one short little reel about him, completely, absolutely misrepresenting his tweets. We all know what those tweets actually meant, but this is what they do. This is what the pro prosecution side does. They have to destroy you, and that be take your job, take feel your sense of safety. There's somebody or Louise here that whose comment you got pinned here. Hell, Ruckus Rocks let some guy on the live chat and tell her that he's gonna break her hands with a hammer, and he's a former cop. Oh, and there was a current cop on that live stream too. Allegedly, that guy's a current cop, and you just told a woman you're gonna break her hands with a hammer on a YouTube live stream. Now,
Well,
come
this is
on.
what they do.
That guy is definitely a current cop as well.
Yeah.
They threaten, they dox, they harass, and they try to ruin real lives. You know, and I mean, spoiler alert. I know many people have not understood yet the leaks, quote unquote, but it is the prosecution side, if you want to call it that, that was responsible for the leaks, that shared the leaks, and perpetuated and made it blow up into a huge disaster. And we know it. That's why I can state it as fact, because it is fact.
I think it's probable, but I mean,
It is fact.
you may know it better. You probably
I
do.
know it because we've researched
Yeah.
it, and the only one
Yeah. I
who
think it's
is outside of that sphere was Rick Snay. Okay. And Rick, because he was easy and unpredictable, or predictably unpredictable, they handed it to Rick Snay for strategic purposes. So he's the only one who was any defense leaning who was
Well, I
involved in
mean,
that whole scenario.
eventually it's gotten to other places that are.
Well, yeah, well, no, I'm talking about the massive, because what happened, it got out of control. It blew up in their faces. This was meant for a handful of people, and it ended up touching 50 people instead of 5. So,
Well, Prof, did you see that video that um, was on the Angela's channel R&M there, that with Michael, where he showed the some of the posts that they tried to get in at that contempt hearing from Fig?
no, but I've seen I'm just reference them because I've seen all the posts from Fig. But
Okay.
which post might you be pointing
There
to?
was one that said, I'm not going to get it exact, but it basically said, all that matters is that the leak got done. So he's alluding to, in my mind, he's alluding to knowing that it was either coming or in the works by him saying that. And then he says it was a win, that the leak was a win.
Yeah.
Now,
Mhm.
whether you're pro prosecution, whether you're a fence sitter, or whether you're pro defense, that leak was not a win for either of those three because it delayed the case. It made the judge hate the defense. And now here we are, all crossing our fingers that this thing will even go in October. So, how you can say that was a win, that shows one thing. It shows you don't give a fuck about this process. You are only in it for yourself, to try to interject yourself because you want to have your 5 minutes of fame. That's it.
I'll tell you how it was a win.
Mm.
It was strategic, it was planned, and it was successful because it's not a leak. It's leaks plural, because
Mhm.
the first leak was never supposed to explode in their faces. When that leak exploded, there was a necessity for to a secondary leak to occur to blame on the defense. And that's called the cover story. And that whole thing got conflated into a leak, and it got pinned on Baldwin and Razi, or Baldwin. But it was not. That was the success. Pinning it on Baldwin was a success because the leaks that were existent prior to that, that was the oh shit, it blew up in our face. So we better have a leak that we can blame. We better be able to find a way to blame this on Baldwin. And that will all be proved out in time. I mean, we're still waiting on Westerman's trial. And in Westerman's trial, I'm just very hopeful that it will come out so that I don't have to push further with my allegations or whatever. But we have a pretty good understanding because, there are 9 photos in the leak. There are 9 photos, and some of those photos Westerman took, and some of those photos David Erskine took.
Well, we have a weird situation where, like, we were gonna have the Rick Allen trial first, and then the Mitch Westerman trial, but no, now those are vice versa. So, like, I know people are disappointed that, like, we were hoping to have this all done with by May and just be done with this, but we'll get we'll get the Mitch Westerman trial done with now first. So if there's any information to come out with regarding that, like, it'll be before the October trial. So we'll see. I don't know. Maybe they'll just keep playing their game of moving things back, but that's one of the big things. Like, these trials, like this type of murder trial, it's not really that unusual that this is going to be kicked back time and time again. So
Well, yeah, I don't know, man. We're just gonna have to see. But Prof, I did have a question for you if you're willing to talk about this. If not, just tell me to shut up. But I saw some of the community posts you had, and I talked to somebody who mentioned an individual who is also a creator, and this creator kind of likes to he alludes to, but then really treads the line of whether or not he had any involvement in this crime, and that is Mr. Greeno. So I'm just curious your opinion on what, if any, part you think he may have had in this. I mean, is he somebody who did it directly? Is he somebody who was there? Is he somebody who has knowledge? I mean, out of I'm really just taking everything into totality from this guy, and then that whole bloody jeans thing. I don't know, man. It knowing that he was there that day and his story's not necessarily adding up on where he was that day, wasn't at the Lafayette Police Department, and conflicting reports of things that he may or may not have said. I do think he's an interesting person to talk about.
Well, I've said for a long time that I'm more interested in the circle of people involved in this crime rather than the specifics of the crime.
Mhm.
And
Do you know? Do you know if he was potentially involved in a circle of people
well,
that?
that's what I was getting at. I was going to get towards is one thing's undeniable is he's absolutely, yes. And not only that, he does put himself in the vicinity, and there's a whole bunch um, direct connections to almost every party that's been a POI or is currently involved. Um, but I think the more important thing here is he has been insinuating lately, a couple or few different times in the past 6 months to year, that he's, I'm getting the feeling he may have turned witness. If you really want my gut intuition here, my feeling, I think he may have
Really?
turned witness because he often says, I can get Doug Carter to talk to you. And he often says, hey, nothing can happen with me, and just various phrases. I think we got a couple of people uh, who may have turned witness, and I don't necessarily mean only in the Delphi murders of Abby and Libby. I mean in the whole, because I mean it was believed early on that this opened up the largest sex trafficking CSAM investigation in Indiana history, and I think that was no hyperbole. I think absolutely this isn't about Abby Libby. This is about a very large CSAM case, and possibly worse, that spreads its tentacles throughout all of Indiana and all the Midwest. And I think that it's possible that he could possibly, along with a couple of others who are going around threatening people all the time. I think we got some people turned witnesses, but they're not smart enough to not say so. That's what I was going to present tonight, and I still will when we're done talking. Because this young lady who you're going to hear from later, she indicates that her and two others have also kind of turned that way. And so I'm thinking you got a handful in that Kokomo, Peru, Delphi, Lafayette area that have turned witness and is cooperating with ISP and possibly higher. Um, but they're not supposed to say so, so it's
Well,
just they're
and
not smart enough to not say so.
in the when it comes to it's my opinion that just when it comes to Abby and Libby, I don't personally think Keegan Klein was involved, or you know uh, could somebody who had access to that Dropbox or something also have been the actual killer? I mean, sure, anything's possible when it comes to that piece. I mean, somebody, I forget who I think it was Yellow Jacket that said, you throw a rock in some of these communities and you could hit a pedophile. So, I don't know, but whether it does or does not have anything to do with Abby and Libby, it's still a horrific thing. You've got God knows how many grown men with videos and pictures of CSAM on their laptops, on their phones, whatever. So to me, this is still a side quest that needs to be examined, because one thing that I haven't understood, and you made that comment there, Prof, that that they made this statement how this Dropbox was the largest bust in Indiana history, or the history of the Midwest, and they hyped it up to be such a big deal. But then where's the arrest? Where's the press conference about that? The follow up? It just, hey,
Well,
this exists, and then
because it's
over.
so big, it's still going. It's still
Hmm,
going.
got you.
Yeah. And you see, I mean, are you aware of some of Keegan Klein's statements in the facility he was in?
I'm not. I have not looked into the Keegan Klein stuff
Okay.
very much at all.
Well, let me do a quick synopsis because I've said it on many shows, but um, I have two sources for this. One is Noe Amos, who you know, and the other I won't name, but they both told me the exact same story. And that is that Keegan informed his closest friend, if you want to call it that, in there that him and his dad were indeed in Delphi that day and went to the trails, and that his dad went down to meet the girls down at the river or the creek, and that he stayed in the car in the cemetery. He then said that he didn't do anything but help move the bodies. Now, he told that to his boyfriend, and then his boyfriend then told that to others until it spread like wildfire, to the point where he then started openly discussing it, because once all the guards knew, and Noe and a couple others who he was communicating with on the phone, it kind of became common knowledge, that whole story. Um, and then, of course, what these people will say is, well, you can't believe Keegan, he's a liar. And yeah, that may be true, but I always relate that I can't imagine any scenario where I would tell that story, no matter if I'm a liar or not. I mean, I couldn't imagine putting myself in a double murder if I was never had anything whatsoever to do with it. So, that's from the Noe source, and the other, and then my third local, who helped me with a lot, had, before I ever heard this from these two, they had also indicated that they had good reason to believe, and they told me why, that both Keegan and Tony were down there on that day. But at this point, we're even questioning that day, as far as the timeline. So who knows what it all means? It's all insanity, but that is something that is factual. It is out there. It is word on the street. It has been tipped in to David Vito, who is the lead investigator for Delphi. He sat down with both these witnesses and took the statements regarding this incident, and people seem to not know about it.
Right. Well, and when it comes to Keegan, I mean, again, this is just my opinion is, and look, being still relatively new, I still have not looked at everything in this case, because you probably need the better part of a year to really extensively look at everything. So I'm coming at things that really stand out to me, and trying to look at a lot of stuff on a surface level. However, when it comes to the Keegan thing, I've never understood, if he did in fact have something to do with this, or had legitimate usable information. I don't understand why he got 40 years on that plea deal. Now look, if you told me, now let's talk about that Wabash River search for a second. From what I understand, they didn't find shit. But what, hypothetically speaking, let's just say Keegan told him, "Hey, if you go to this spot, we chucked a knife." And then it comes out that, yeah, they found a knife. Okay. Now that's a different conversation. But without having something like that, and with what I currently know, I just don't have enough to go off of to say that I think he had an involvement.
Yeah, well, I think all of that stuff is very hush hush still. So, I mean, everyone, I'm not going to try to convince anyone, but I sort of believe differently that I've heard several lines of speculation that, in regards to what was found in that river search, but the only thing that the litmus that I applied to it is Doug Carter's actions, which was that on the final day he showed up and then he went to France. And we are somewhat concerned about, oh, it looks like Phoenix has dropped out. Hope we didn't bore you, Phoenix. Okay, good night, Phoenix. He could have said bye. Good night, Phoenix. Well, I forgot what I was saying, but he went over to, from what I understand, he went and conferred with Yubo. And Yubo was being used by Abby and Libby. We know that.
And what is that? What is Yubo?
Yubo is also called the Yellow app, which was an app that was catering to teenagers that had a GPS find me function. A whole lot of concerning shit. Sort of like a Twitter for kids.
Okay.
That had a GPS locator find my friend function. And
okay, I got you.
And it was known to be very troublesome with CSAM. And allegedly that has been straightened out now, years later. But I think regardless of all of those details, there is something with Keegan, even if it's not in Delphi, at a minimum with these parties, because we found the direct connections between a handful of these parties involved in Delphi, or suspected of involvement with Delphi. And it's probable that, like I say, it's hard when you're focusing on a target, like looking at the murders of Abby and Libby, and making that like a focal point, because it makes you look at everything else as periphery. But I'm looking at the Dropbox, so to speak, or the greater problem with the human trafficking and CSAM and child abuse as the actual problem, and that Abby and Libby are just part of the problems, or part of that larger problem. so that
Well, and the um, even if it wasn't something necessarily to do with the Dropbox, it still doesn't that still doesn't take away the possibility that it was still some kind of child predator, pedophile, whatever you want to call him, because even Libby's, I don't know if it was her Instagram bio or her TikTok bio, but it said something like, I'm just waiting to find my Peter Pan to take me away to Neverland or something like that, like insinuating she's looking for a relationship. And then there was a 40-year-old, there was a man who commented hello on one of her videos. She didn't reply, but it ended up being a 40-year-old man. They were actually able to go find the guy. So I think that that's absolutely possible. I mean, unfortunately, we live in a sick world, but um, you know, I, I'm I'm really, just for myself, I'm really moving in the direction of, well, I'm either moving or I'm there. That Derek in his past had somehow caught up with him. Something had happened. I don't know if he screwed somebody over. I know there's theories of him possibly being the CI. Maybe he owes somebody money. But I think that there's a real good chance that because of one of those things I just said, they did a hit on his daughter. Abby so happened to be there. And those sticks were meant for one person and one person only. And that was Derek, because he would have known what they meant. And they were meant to instill fear in him. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
yeah, none of this has to be mutually exclusive. I mean, it doesn't exclude the other connections that are, I believe my whole theory is similar, same direction, but there's too much. This, the way that the CSAM is spread, and the snuff films and that sort of thing is dark web, and the Dropbox would be a pathway to those dark web products, and you would have, I guess, various funding pathways to get and receive funds for the access to the products on the dark web. So it's sort of like, when I'm backing out or I zoom out of the whole situation, I see that what's going on is you're dealing with a syndicate, meaning they all have to cover each other's ass for their own involvement at various levels of illegal activities. And in whatever way that these girls were victimized, I'm pretty confident at this point that that is why they were victimized. That there's some agreement or business arrangement among these various parties that the girls ended up being victimized. And I don't think it was, that. And here's where we're going towards. You go back to the state theory or whatever, like we don't even know what that is too much, but the state's idea that Richard Allen is some sex crazed psycho killer who wants to go out and just find a girl or two to kill, versus, is this something deeper and bigger and more confusing? And I think yes. And you might have heard me tell Fiend earlier, I don't know whether Richard is involved or not in that, but I think no matter what, it's not what's being put across, that it's just some random guy wants to go kill two girls one day. No way. So that's out.
Yeah, I agree with that. As far as, because I've heard a lot of people say that Richard was this sick weirdo, and I've heard people say that he had pictures on his stuff that he shouldn't have. However, I guess my only question to those people would just be this. They took what was it, 18 phones, a computer, I believe a hard drive or two, and there wasn't an electronic connection, and there's no charge. He's not been pressed any charges regarding having CSAM, and I just, man, I think that if that would be the cherry on top for Nick McClelland, if there was a connection to
Well, I
Richard
don't
Allen.
believe, yeah, I don't believe at all that Richard Allen was involved in that side of it. I don't think, I
Hmm.
think if he does have involvement, it's not at all CSAM based. I've
Okay.
often speculated that because he worked at CVS, he had access potentially to product that is desirable, and that perhaps that could be the connection, if there is one, to this group of people. And that's my
Okay.
theory, and I'm okay with it. I can explain off record
Hmm.
why, um, but there's very good reasons I have to assume that, kind of like, that set off a bunch of red flags with people. So it makes me think that that line of inquiry is being discouraged, which makes me want to look into it more. But I don't think he's at all involved with the CSAM. And that's another thing. These people are so fucking psychotic. They wanted to make a huge deal of the fact that he had multiple devices in his house. Like that meant he's a child killer
Right.
or a pedophile. But I gotta say, you think of people who get a new phone every 2 years, and you've got 3 people in the house.
Right.
Okay,
That's 6 years worth of,
right.
or
So
yeah.
every
So
year, I mean, every 2 years, that's what, 3
I was
phones.
thinking every year. Yeah.
So even if it's every two, like, even to be liberal, let's say every 4 years, they all get a new phone. So that's 3 phones every 4 years. Well, shit, they've had phones for what? I don't know, 20 years.
Right.
So you do the division. I mean, you get a lot of phones. Same with computers. I remember the house that I was in before this one. Uh, I started realizing that I had 6 laptops, and I was
Right.
like, God damn, because the first one, the battery died, I never replaced. The second one I dropped, it never replaced. The third one I upgraded to another one that my kid used, and then blah 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 blah. The next thing you knew, and I had 6 laptops that were just mine, and then my son had a laptop, and then
Right.
my son's mother. So it's like I realized, damn, we have a lot of laptops in this house.
Right. Well,
So
and a
none of
lot
that
of
means
people
anything.
don't. A lot of people don't get rid of their phones because they say, oh well, I'm afraid the pictures won't transfer over correctly or something of that nature, and so they just keep it. That's that's very very common. So yeah, them taking 18 phones, and like you said, I mean, hell, I think some of them were what, Motorola flip phones. I mean, how long ago was that? 10 years ago.
Yeah, he's probably
um
never thrown one away. Yeah,
right. So
but I'm confident we are dealing with a nationwide, and possibly even going into Canada and Mexico. We're dealing with an entire syndicate of folks operating through the dark web committing crimes. That's what Delphi Murders is about. Okay. However they ended up, that's your motive. Now the particulars of how they ended up, where they ended up in the condition, well, that's all up to speculation at this point. But what I think is, it sure does look like we have a good idea of the people surrounding this. And that's where you get into hot water or difficult waters, because you can't really go around accusing people of crimes. But POIs and speculative POIs are a thing. And in this entire 7 years, all the speculative POIs are pretty much one group. And no matter how you cut the pie, how you slice the pie, the group hasn't really changed. And that's where I'm at with it. So I don't even have to name them.
yeah. Yeah. Well, I I there's a ton to look at here, and you know whether again, whether the problem that you're talking about does in fact have something to do with Abby and Libby or it doesn't, obviously it's still a horrific crime, and it's still something that needs to be looked at. I mean, again, we've said tonight already, but we got told that Dropbox exists. I mean, how many people you think had access to that thing or saw a picture? Hundreds? I mean, I'd have to think that it was in the hundreds. If you're gonna tell me it was only 3 people, I'd say bullshit. Um, so I do see what you're saying. You know, it could very well could still be ongoing, and seems like when it comes to these investigations, especially in Indiana, they move at a fucking snail's pace.
Well, not only that, though, what I am saying is that Carroll County investigation is not an investigation; it's a cover-up.
I
Now,
see
the
what you're saying.
feds investigating, that's your investigation.
Right.
So that's ongoing. I'm speculating that the federal investigation into all of this is going to keep going for a while. But if part of that is they have to let Carroll County commit these crimes in a cover-up, then maybe that's all set up for a later time. And I mean, these people have to know it too. I mean, these people in Carroll County that are doing this, they know they're committing crimes. And I think their days are numbered and they all fucking know it. That's why they're all acting out. I mean, ever since the arrest of Richard Allen, it's been go time. And I think
Yeah.
they're all nervous as hell.
Yep.
And this
I
is
just,
why you get this insanity on social media. These people are fucking scared and nervous.
yeah, I've never seen anything like the media thing in this with, well, what we started talking about, that Turbo Time person having all one fucking person has 30 different accounts and they're all different names, and they just say something. I saw something today and it said, and it's one of the dumber things that I've heard, but it actually got some traction. This it said, we were told that the girls were killed by a sharp object. However, we were never told that they weren't shot, so Richard Allen was telling the truth when he says he shot him in the back, because that wasn't what killed him. It was the blade or whatever sharp object that killed him. And I thought, now give me a fucking break, man. I mean, come on.
No, but
You
CJ, it could be. We haven't seen the coroner's reports or the
well,
autopsy.
I mean,
So
I agree. It could be, but if you shoot two little girls in the back, I don't know how that wouldn't have been. Well, two things. I don't know how that wouldn't have been what killed him. And then the second thing being, I don't know how nobody would have heard that gunshot at 3 p.m. out there.
right, because I see that's where we're getting at. I don't think it was 3 p.m. But let's
But that
say,
would tear the whole state's case apart. You know what I'm saying? Like, if the state's gonna go up there and say, "Hey, 3 p.m. Yep, that's correct."
to be honest with you, CJ, I think this whole state's case is already fucking torn apart. I mean,
That's fair. I agree with you on that.
I don't see, I just cannot fathom a jury being convinced beyond a reasonable doubt with what we know. Now, like I say, I know Michael doesn't like me saying this, and it's speculative, but the only way I could possibly fucking see the jury being convinced beyond a reasonable doubt is if the defense is hiding something that is completely incriminating and horrible, or if Nick McClellan is hiding something that is a slam dunk. So if Nick is withholding to the last minute, or if Baldwin and Rozzi and Labrado are all hiding something they know exists, then yes, there's the potential that Rick Allen with something else bombshell might be convicted. But the way it stands now, barring that, I don't see it ever fucking happening, because they're going to tear the bullet evidence up. They're going to tear the timeline up. The timeline's already been tore up. They're going to tear the fucking witnesses up. They're going to tear law enforcement up. They're going to tear the prosecutor up. So
Yep.
everything's going to be torn to shreds, in my
Well,
opinion.
and as far as the bombshell thing goes, there's two things I'll say on that. One, and this is speculation, but I just feel like if Nick McClelland really did have the ace in his back pocket, I don't feel like that guy could sit on it, man. I don't. I feel like he would have found a way to get that out there, to give a fuck you to the defense and a fuck you to everybody who thought Richard Allen was innocent. Now, and I'm only saying that because of, in his other filings, it's he confessed to his mom and his wife, and we got this and we got that. I don't know. I don't think he could hold
Well,
his poker face together.
I can see that perspective, but at the same time, I could also see a more sinister Nick that we don't understand, to say, like, yeah,
That is fair.
he might be so evil and corrupt and practicing against the rule of law that he would do that. And the thing is, I know this judge would allow it,
Mhm.
even though it goes against all the rules of discovery. But I mean, this is such a huge what if. I'm the type of person, when I discuss possibilities, I like to go to the actual extreme, because it allows a parameter within reason can come back to the center and say, well, that's a big what if, And to me, we're discussing some major what ifs. And
Yeah.
I just feel like, bottom line at this moment, everything the prosecution has presented publicly is nothing that Richard Allen walks. Everything the defense has presented publicly, there's nothing except devastating defense presentation. So, I mean, it's looking to me like Richard Allen walks if he lives, but who the hell knows what in the world this Nick McClelland will do? Because my trust for this system and this particular group of individuals is a level 0 at this point. I'm like I was telling Fiend and Michael earlier, I'm never surprised. I mean, I always think that things are going to settle, and every time something new happens, I'm like, oh my God.
I agree with that. Nothing surprises me either. But I'm gonna say this one last thing, Prof, and then I'm gonna hop off because I'm gonna have to go to bed. So, but thank you for letting me up here. Um, the more what I honestly, just for myself, I think the most convincing thing that I heard, as far as the state not having some smoking gun or some, big bombshell, was what Michael said last night on Defense Diaries. And that was, it's Michael's opinion that if McClelland really had this big ass bombshell, and he was saying the state's ready to go to trial, then he should have a vested interest in going to trial, right? Because he's got this damning evidence, he's going to win. But he made no attempt whatsoever to have this trial on May 13th. And what Michael was saying was, he could have went up to the judge and, requested a sidebar, had Brad and Andy come up there and say, look, what can we work with here, guys? How can we get this to go off on May 13th? What are you asking for? Here's what I need. Let's meet in the middle. But he wouldn't do that, it was all, nope, I'm perfectly fine with this kicking off in October. And let's say we get to October, right? Let's say we get to October and something has not been hammered out. Is Nick going to sit there again and say, well, fuck you guys, I'm okay with April of 2025?
Sure.
Then
Yeah.
At what point do you say, hey, you are showing everybody that you have no interest in trying this case? And at some point, if that is in fact the case, you have to ask yourself why. And the only reason why it would be is because you don't want to get up there and get caught with your pants down. Because you, in fact, only have what you said we already know about the round, these statements, and whatever the hell it is that Richard Allen allegedly told them in 2017. If and it, like you said, if that is truly it, I don't know how a jury could get there with that evidence right there. I don't.
I don't ever see it happening with what we got on the table. No, it ain't happening. That's why that's, you see, and I think part of the reason you see this pressure, the plea deal, plea deal, plea deal, plea deal, because they
Mhm.
know that's the only way you're getting this guy.
Yep.
With what's been with what we know.
Yep. I agree, man. Well, hey, I'm gonna hop off though. Thank you for having me on.
All right, thank you for coming, and we'll see you later. Everyone, tell CJ thank you in the chat, please. Sorry for chewing the ice. Well, I certainly didn't expect serious discussion tonight. I thought we would have our normal Friday night party. But you can't control things. You can't control it when you go with the flow. You cannot. Um, but yeah, you guys have been very wonderful in the chat. I can't even keep up, but I'm trying to here. And like I said, yeah, the only thing I can see, and there's a multitude of reasons that I feel that this is the case, is that we are dealing with a federal investigation. Oddly enough, I believe this started prior to 2017. So we're not even an investigation into Delphi, but an investigation into this whole thing. And I think that Delphi is only a part of it. And I think things will happen. And I think we will see things happen. And hey, but it's like gardening. You uh, cannot rush the growth that you have to see when you garden. You have to use time. You use time as a currency. And I think with this case, or with this egregious issue we're facing, I think that we are looking at time as an asset and as a currency. And as you know, the more currency, the better. The more time, the better. In some ways, if time is operating as a currency. So this is what I think is happening, and it's always possible that I'm wrong, but it's also equally likely and possible that I'm right. And I've just been a very lucky person in my lifetime. I've been right a lot, and I've been wrong sometimes too. That it's always the wrong that really hurts like hell. But anyway, I want to play something for you guys, and I know this is going to be painful. This is going to be painful, but if you get out of here, I won't blame you. I won't blame anyone, but I think it's very important to listen with your feelers on, to really understand sometimes the things that you would not otherwise understand. And this particular feat that Noe accomplished, this was wonderful. And so I think I'm going to let it go. And we'll see how long we can hang. But I want you to listen and try to understand what's being said here, because it's not nothing.
From Discord where Reg had said something. Sorry, Shalom. Where Reg had said something in the Discord, a screenshot, and I'm like, okay, what did I put underneath this comment? And jokingly, like a smart ass, I put Reg is Karen, like he's a Karen. I was being kind.
So
Just like this is shit, and I put I am. What did I say? I was Ken. I said I'm Ken. You know what I mean? Like Ken and Barbie.
what's your real name, Yuki? What's your real? Let me call you by your. I'm David Noe. What's your real name?
What you don't understand there is that's where we get with like what does that matter?
Because
it really doesn't.
I mean, yes, it does matter, because if we are, it does matter, Yukio, because if we are like conversing and interacting, I mean, I would like to know your name. I mean, you see, like I feel like I'm talking to.
Out there, and you are like a creator. You're part of all this. I'm
not a creator.
Like I don't. How can I say that? Like I don't go on lives. I don't have anything to do with Delphi or true crime and whatnot like that. Yes, it came to my community where I live. So do I care about it?
So you live.
Yeah, I care about it. You know what I mean?
So you live in Peru, right? But you're from Wabash.
I told you this 1 million times. Obviously not 1 million times. I am from Wabash. I live in Peru.
Okay, and now do you remember Johnny?
What do you mean? Which Johnny?
Johnny Senior.
Well, yeah, I remember him.
Okay. So, do you remember talking to me about Johnny Senior?
Yeah, you told me that's how you came to town. Well, no, not senior, junior.
Junior.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember their car lot? Their car lot down there by Kroger's?
Not by Kroger's. No, I don't remember the car lot by Kroger's. I believe that I had already moved by then.
Oh.
I mean.
Well, yeah, like it's like you're not very transparent with me, and it makes me wonder, because sometimes, like, hold on, Yukio, let me say something. Sometimes, like when you and I first got off on conversing, yeah, you said that I doxed you, right? And I had simply asked. I didn't ask for your name or your date of birth or address or anything. I asked you what part of China. Look, I'm gonna tell you why I reached out to you. Okay, somebody told me that somebody identified you just by chat and said, I think that's Kagan's aunt. I think she's related either to Tony Klein or Kagan's mom. And I said, well, why don't you just ask? And the person said, no, I'm scared. I'm like, how? It's just freaking chat. So I said, look, I'll ask her. So I asked you, hey, that's why I started talking to you. And then I asked you, are you Kagan's aunt? And you got offended. And then I asked, you said, I'm a little old lady from China. So I said, oh, so what part of China do you live in?
No, I said I lived in China. I don't live in China, but I worked there 2.5 months. I said when I would be back. I was transparent with you.
I do. But you started, like, do you remember that chat specifically? It was with profs.
Yeah,
And,
I do.
okay.
I didn't remember if I was in Prof's chat.
It
or
was.
What chat or what live.
That's where I
was
met
in.
you.
And
I
was
met
like,
I
why
met
is
you.
this guy talking at me like this? Like, and why does he think things like this? It struck me as strange. Now, I didn't say the word dogs because I didn't even understand about being doxxed back then and what doxing was. I was just like, God, why does this dude want to know, like, if I'm somebody's aunt, uncle, or whatever? Like, this.
Like, why not?
Fucked up. You know what I mean?
Why not? Like, I mean, like, look, I cannot. I cannot think.
Or him, I probably wouldn't have reacted in that way, but I was a little freaked out. Like, what?
But that's why if you join a commentary, a public commentary on social media, you need to be prepared to answer questions. Like, you gotta understand, people are gonna ask you questions. Like, people have asked me many questions about, like, for example, why was I in jail with child molesters? And I have to, I answered it to the best of my ability, and still they were still pissed off with my, What?
I mean, like, you're actually going up there and answering questions for people. I'm not doing that. I'm in a chat, or in a live, I'm watching it. You know what I mean? I liked the Prof. I thought he was really nice. I thought he was cool. You know what I mean? Now, when all the bullshit happened, it seems like it's a big old fucking mess.
It is.
You know what I mean? It's a big old fucking mess. Do I want to have any part of that mess? No. Then I found out what doxing is. And this has just been in the last month or two. And I'm like,
right.
What in the world is going on with these people? Okay,
I mean, I'm a bit younger than you, and I myself didn't know what the fuck doxing was. I used to hear people, they doxed me, and they what the
fuck? I thought it was dox pop, if you want to know the truth at first.
Huh?
When I heard the doxing, I thought it was dox pop. I'm like, God, anybody can dox pop.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Are you talking about the dox where you type in their name and you find like a criminal record?
Like doxpop.com.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. And it probably is that.
And it's like, no, but now it's like these people out there that are creators, and even like you, like, okay, so your real name came out, and I see you kind of as a creator now because you're on there. You say your name and stuff like that. Other people say their own names.
That's why look, when I first came out on my first video that I came out on, nobody wanted to talk to me, okay? So Crank to Sleep decided, yeah, that's fine. I said my full name. When I first came out, I said my initials, DNR. And then when
oh wait, you're from that unsolved video, and then some people looked up the DNR a long time ago.
Yes.
When was this?
Yes, when I first came out on the unsolved, I identified myself. I told him just say DNR.
He took all his videos down. Remember?
Yes.
Because his source.
That was me.
Like a great person.
That was me.
That man seemed like a great person, and that man got kind of fucked for that. And that you could tell he felt remorse and he felt bad. I felt bad for that man. And that's like, look at that. See, I don't know him. Just like I don't know Rick Snay. I don't know any of these people.
So
there's only one person in all that Discord and all that chat. There's only one person in there I know that is my friend that I know.
Who's that?
Well, I can't say that.
Okay.
It's not Bossy, because here's the craziest thing. I've seen a picture of Bossy now because I didn't go to the cookout, and my friend didn't go to the cookout because we were advised not to go to the cookout.
Oh.
Okay?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna go, and then Jinx told me not to go, honestly, so I didn't go. I said, "Fuck that! I don't have to go."
Jinx, because Jinx wasn't being. How can I say it? I only talked to her in Discord, and she wanted to talk to you, and she wanted to explain to you. But is that going to make your friend Holly mad? Yeah, it's going to hurt her feelings. It's going to be drama for you if you want to keep your friend as Holly. You know what I mean? And then she's going to be upset with you because you went to the cookout, Noe, if you think about it.
Well, she already was, because she believes that I went.
I don't blame her because she's thinking everybody hates her. Well, I mean, she's willing to banter and fight back and forth with these people. And it's like, man, girl, you know what I mean? Like, it's not worth it anymore.
No, it's not. It's
It
not.
isn't. It wasn't worth it in the first place because Keegan is junk. You know what I mean?
Do you know
He's
Keegan? And can I ask you? I mean, it seems like every time I try to ask you something, you kind of like become evasive or like I'm intruding. But these are like, I mean, questions. Where like, do you know?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
No,
Do you know Keegan?
absolutely.
Never met his
Listen,
dad. I mean, you're in
never met
Peru.
him.
His dad,
I
or
lived-
you know, why did you become involved? Like, okay, I understand that you say, well, this came to your community, and of course, you know, it's intriguing, of course, but you see, that's why I asked you if you were related to Kegan, because somebody told me that the way you were posting on your comments made it. She sounds like she's Tony's sister or something.
like I actually know something about what's going on. Oh, it can't be that, right?
I don't know.
It could be that possibly I know what's going on in this community and some background of it, and so there are some questions.
Look,
that
you said something, and I don't know what it was. It's like right now I can't tell you exactly what comments, and I mean, but I noticed that you were posting as Solo Bird, and you came in on one of my chat on Cramp to Sleep, and actually I was like, hey, I like your middle name, but I didn't know you were Yukio. You see what
I'm the person who asked you to play the Johnny Cash song as Solo Bird.
Well, I remember someone did.
My name. Listen, I changed my name because people want to dox me and want to put my information out on the internet. Okay? And if you don't want your name and your information out on the internet, then here's what you don't do. You don't put your face on there. You don't become a creator. You know what I'm saying? You don't answer questions like, what is it exactly that I did in China? And what is my profession and what do I do? Because then that way it's going to go back to, you're going to know who I am just by asking some people in Wabash.
Well, then you don't want nobody to know. You just want them to know that you know and that you are involved in chats.
No, it wasn't even about anybody to know that I know. I was just learning about it. There's stuff that...
How long have you been following the case? And involving in YouTube chats?
Let's say, not even a year.
Well,
For real, dude. My page may have been up way longer than a year because I've had what do you call it? YouTube, and you watch shit, you put it to your TV, you do this, you do that with it. But as for the true crime stuff, yes, I've heard about it like right after the Barbara Walters interview, and we would watch like Sunny Justice and shit like that, and then it just died down. Didn't watch nothing. You know what I'm saying?
right.
So it's like, and
So you're saying like okay, like for example, me, I was locked up with Kagan, right? Before I got locked up last summer, I knew about the case. It was on the news, but I never followed it or joined chats or YouTube podcasters, anything like that. But when I got out, I was intrigued, right? And shit, I was just locked up with this dude that's on TV. So I start searching, and that's how I came across the Unsolved and Sunny Justice and all that shit. And obviously,
waiting for the Dropbox to come out.
Obviously because you are intrigued as, I guess, an audience or whatever. I mean, in my case, I was a jailmate. I made comments, right? But
yeah, I'm just sassy. You know what I mean? I say shit.
Like that was my that's my reasoning, and it's valid. It's not like, oh, I like people say I inserted myself and wanted to be, but I said what I heard.
These people aren't my friends. I don't know any of them. Just like you. See how we're talking right here?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know you. I really don't know you. Do I know of you because of the things that you've said and the people that we know each other, get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I guess we kind of know each other, but that's because you said your name. and said like how you got here and where you came from and whatnot. You know what I mean?
You see, but I tell you these things like you, and when anytime like I ask something,
I'm a female.
you feel.
I live alone. Would I go and put my name out there to you or to anyone else? No, Noe. Think about it. Think about that. I mean, should
But
Olivia
why?
then put out her real name because now she has all this drama and stuff? That kind of sucks.
So
to
then,
her.
but you just told me that
No,
you
no, I
you
see how
you know
people
you know like back. What? How did you say it? You know things.
because we know some of the same people.
No,
Like you-
but earlier you told me that you knew background stuff of about the case. That's why you're
Not necessarily bad.
okay now. Okay, well, what did you say? What did you say it was? And you don't have to tell me what you
I
know.
can't even remember exactly what I said.
No,
Now.
you said
It's
like
not
when I
I'm
asked you,
lying.
do you know Kagan or Tony personally?
Yeah, I
because
just don't know. I do not know. Listen, ready? I do not know Kagan. He will be way, way younger than me.
right.
Okay.
Okay, but so you know
I
Tony.
have friends that know Tony.
Okay. So that's
Do
what
I have
intrigues
friends?
you. That's why you're intrigued about it, and I understand. That's what all I'm trying.
Freaked out. Here's all it is. I'm freaked out because the only thing that I really want to know and what I'm really scared about is that Dropbox, okay? Because it has opened up the largest child porn or whatever in Indiana. I don't know if it's more than Indiana or not, but when it came from Peru, Indiana, and that's where I live, and this is where I was told to never move, I think to myself, oh my God, look at this community I'm in, and who are the other people in this Dropbox? So yeah, I did start watching stuff because I'm waiting on that Dropbox to open up and them to let us know who all these creeps are. If you were a woman, would you not? I mean, I understand it shouldn't be different if you're a man or a woman.
Yeah.
But if you're a woman, and I'm not saying Tony's a killer. Do I think he's a killer? Probably not. Is he probably a sick fucking creep? Yeah, I'd probably say that, possibly. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He has friends. He has friends that believe him and trust him.
Like
You go putting names out there, guess who comes after you? Not police.
Well, you know how they've said, and this is out, how they've said how Tony's done things in the past, like friends of his molested Kagan. You know that, right?
Well, now I don't know it.
Well, you've never heard that.
I just listened to the murder sheet. Okay.
Yeah, it was put out. Okay, Kagan had a rough upbringing.
Right, and that he was a product of his environment.
And he claims that Tony was very violent and his friends would come and party and he was molested. That his claims. So you do know about that, right?
See, when I get to those parts and whatever, because I'm not good at this true crime stuff. I don't fall asleep to true crime and stuff like that. There's a lot of people who do, and they love that type of stuff. So that's why you see me in there, like being just a fucking clown. Because everything is just so gross and freaks me out and freaks me out for everybody else. But people are so like, they're going to solve this case. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they're going to solve this case. Do you?
No.
I mean, come on. He's in Peru, Indiana, which, okay, maybe he's not in Peru, Indiana now. But look at his lawyers. Look at what he just went through. Is Kagan a bad person for his choices and everything that he did? Yes. Did he act alone? Hell. Do we know that for sure? We don't know. Is that scary? Fuck yeah, that's scary, don't you think?
Well, yeah.
Because if his dad did have anything to do with this stuff, but doesn't say anything about it and none of his friends did or whatever, those people are still out there. I don't live in a different town to run away from those people. You're a man.
Well,
you know what I mean? You live in a different town. Hell, you probably even can have a gun and stuff. I don't even know how to shoot a gun. If somebody came to my door to take me, I would be taken. And I'm not kidding. I mean, I wasn't going to say it in messages and whatever and be like, no, I'm not going to sit here and tell you and think that you're on this drug or this substance or whatever when you are on probation and have an ankle monitor. It clearly said in that video. I'm not an idiot. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. Are you going to be shooting up and doing drugs if you're having to take piss tests?
Well, I've never
You know
shot
what I'm
up.
saying?
Okay, I've never used a needle,
What?
but I've never. I said I've never
It's
used
not
an.
like you used the needle. It's clearly a fucking tattoo. I mean, was Reg being a smartass?
Well,
Yes.
now when you say Reg is Karen, what do you
But
mean
that
by
was a
that?
joke.
I mean, now it's a joke. I mean, but
I
you.
had no clue at that time. At that time, I had no clue about this doxing and whatever, and the shit that went on with Prof and, you know, you guys and Bossy.
But
Tell you what,
but you said clearly Reg is Karen.
Yeah, and I was fucking around. Well, then next thing you know, guess what? People are getting freaked out because they got doxed, and I'm like, why would you care that you got doxed?
So
We're
what?
just talking
So
about a
so
Karen.
who's Karen then?
But listen, do you hear what I'm saying? So then I see a picture of somebody.
Who's
And I'm
Karen?
thinking, okay, if I ever see a picture of somebody, let's see if I know these people. I don't even know one of those people.
Who's Karen?
Like even Bossy, who videoed you that day,
Uh-huh.
never met her in real life, and she lives in my town. I don't even know her. It's not my town.
She's from Peru?
Yeah, you guys know that.
I don't know, but I'd never seen that lady until she stared at me as soon as I walked in the room upstairs.
She's been going to that case for a victim, for somebody who can't be there. Okay? For somebody who can't be there, she's been going to the case for Kagan, not for him, but you know what I mean? I don't know if it's one of his relatives, if it's one of his.
So who's the victim? One of Kagan's victim?
I don't know if it's one of Kagan's victims or if it's a family member
Or-
who can't be there. Something. You know what I mean? So she goes there.
For Kagan's crime or for the Delphi crime?
For the Kagan crime.
Oh,
It has
okay.
nothing to do with Delphi. You know what I mean? If you really step back and look at it, you see it has nothing to do with Delphi.
So, but
It's being there
okay,
on somebody else.
but when you said when you said like Reg is Karen, who's Karen?
I know. I should have said that. I was calling him a Karen.
Who's Karen? Karen is not a person.
Wait, there's somebody that is saying that they're doxxed on the whatever and says that their name is Karen. Now, can I figure them out? No, but it sure does seem to me like it's a fucking mess. You know what I mean? Like, Bossy is not the person that I know. Like, she's not my friend that I know in this whole crap.
So you've seen a picture of Bossy?
What?
You've seen a picture of Bossy? You don't know her from Peru?
No.
But you
Listen.
know quite a bit about her. You know,
Remember
like
the video she did of you?
yes.
Holly, like she said that she's gonna ask Holly for an interview. You know what I mean? And that sucks because you had to get in it. You know what I mean? Because I understand you were probably thinking like what those people were saying about Frank coming there, so you have to come prepared for fucking Frank. I get it.
I was expecting Frank to want to harass her.
Next
I
thing
was.
you know,
Last thing I expected was Bossy, and I didn't even know she was Bossy till after that video.
And she
What?
said that she's bossy. She said whatever.
When did you say she was Bossy
so
on the video?
upset and so mad that she's pressing charges and all this stuff.
On
That's
who?
why it's too deep and too far.
Who's she pressing charges on?
I have no clue, but she talks about like going and pressing charges, going out to the sheriff's department, whatnot, and it's like, wow, you know what?
So how do you know this if you don't know her? And she's from Peru.
People say everything wrong. Are you serious? How you live in Wabash, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now.
But when
People,
I hear
she doesn't know who I am.
when I hear, look, Solo, you're very popular in Rick Snae's group, okay? That's Jinx, Bossy, Hybrid, you Babylonian Thomas Frost. You know, you're very popular. Everybody exchanges comments with you all the time. You guys talk like, you know, I mean, you're a community. You Bossy. You know, you seem to know like a lot about Bossy, but yet don't know anything about her. Right?
Exactly.
Okay.
And this is the truth.
So
Just like you.
who is
I know a
Bossy?
lot about-
Do you know who's Bossy in real life?
No, I've never met her in the real life.
Oh, you
But
don't?
that
Do you
is
know her
something
name? Do you know her name?
No, and I don't know her last name. I just know that she got her Facebook doxxed, and
By who?
she
Like how can her, you said her Facebook got doxxed? How do you dox Facebook? You dox a name. You don't dox a Facebook. Facebook is Facebook is public social media. You know.
listen. You're not really. I mean, we're not teaching each other anything here because I don't really. You know what I mean? It's not that deep to me. Now, is it that deep to her? It seems like, yeah, it sure does because she seems pretty upset. Now, when I saw a picture of her, and the picture of her that I saw was from Twitter and from Prof's page. You know what I mean? She was right there on Twitter. The dude had her up on Twitter.
Who?
I mean, had I ever seen her before?
Who had her on Twitter?
No.
Who had her on Twitter? Huh?
I'm trying to think what his name was. Frey.
Oh, well, but when you say Reg is Karen,
I
and
know.
and who's Bossy? What's Bossy's first name?
And that's what I don't understand. I don't know if her name is Karen. I don't know for sure. You get what I'm saying?
Do you think Bossy's Karen? Do you think Bossy's Karen?
I don't know about that. No,
Because
I
if
thought for sure
if
she
Bossy
was.
happens to be Karen, and then you make a statement like Reg is Karen, then Bossy is Reg Dunlap, and who's Arch Lux?
And everybody.
What about the Babylonian Cowboys? There's the Babylonian one, and there's the Gaucho, and now I heard that Todd Chris is.
And Babylonian Cowboy and Gaucho, it looks like that's the same exact.
The Babylonian Cowboy, El Gaucho.
He's
eh.
actually, I don't know him.
My
Nobody
God.
knows him except for not even Rick Snay knows him.
No, I heard that El Gaucho or Babylonian Cowboy. I heard that it's Chris Todd. Listen,
No, it's not Chris Todd.
and it sounds like it could be Chris Todd because the first time I saw Chris Todd the other day on Rick Snay, he kind of talks like El Gaucho and that, you know, that attitude of. Do you know what El Gaucho means?
El Gaucho, yeah.
What?
It seems like El Gaucho has more heart than that man that I listened to
Okay.
the other night. The man that I listened to the other night seemed more type.
Okay, and then somebody told me that Tom Frost is Babylonian Cowboy.
Tom Frost is really Tom Frost, but see, I don't know him either. But he will show his face. He will show his name.
Yeah, but just because you show your face doesn't mean that you can make another account and not show your face on the other one. You know, like, okay, like for example, Rick Snay.
Oh, you're thinking that maybe they're all the same person because everybody's saying that they're the same person. I just honestly think that they're not the same person.
I just look at the comments and then look at the posts and then compare them. Like, look, this is what I realized. Check this out. Reg Dunlap made a post that was shared to me from Discord, okay? And it was a picture.
I saw it on Prof's page.
It was a picture that showed my tattoo and said that I was shooting dope again. Okay, then within like an hour, I saw a post that came from Delphi After Dark from Rick Snake, and it was the very same picture, but it was close up. It was a close up of Holly, and he made a comment on that picture saying, here's Harley, I think she's doped up again, stoned. And then Frost, the first comment came from Frost that said, well, why would she be wearing a long sleeve hoodie? And then I don't know if it was you. I'm sorry, maybe not you, but somebody followed up comments. It was Rick Snake. Rick, hold on, honey. He said, oh, he's wearing that long sleeve sweater because she's shooting dope again. I mean, they were like simultaneous, very similar posts. So, just by me, nobody told me this. They just sent me the post. Look what's going on. And this pictures come from Bossy's recording video.
Right.
Okay, so.
Because all those pictures are from those videos, the 2 videos.
We did not want them to record us. We did not want to talk to them. I was there because I thought Frank Meister was going to go and try to do that to her. And I said, well, and Frank Meister and we've talked face to face, and I wouldn't have probably not gone off at him. But I didn't go off on these ladies. All I said was I used the F word, but I did not call them bitches or whores or like Rick Snake. Rick Snake gets mad at you, he'll call you a motherfucker or a whore if you're a woman, or I don't do that. I'll say shut the fuck up. I'll be direct and assertive, and yeah, I do have a loud mouth. I'm a loud voice, sure, but I did not verbally assault either one. What I wanted them to do is to leave us alone, leave her alone, leave me alone. She's with me, and if you're recording, you got a phone. Look, Bossy's video, she's recording me. And then when I walk, she picks.
Know all this until afterwards, though, when everything starts coming out and you just put on the internet, to YouTube. And then you're like, oh my God.
Look, Bossy started recording me. And when I walked in front of her, and she had already fucking stalked me all fucking day long, okay? I'm not making this shit up. It got to me to the point that I had to go up to her and say, how can I help you, ma'am? You're staring at me all day long. How can I help you? And everybody got offended. Jinx and shit. They started texting Ruckus. That Noe, tell your boy Noe to cool down. He's intimidating us. Bullshit. They were, okay. And then after the Bossy video, Jinx was waiting for us in my car.
Don't let that type of stuff get you in shit. And you know what I mean? Because the head of the probation department was in court that day. The guy that runs the place over there.
That's the lady that.
Yeah, at the Peru place.
It's so, I'm not on probation.
Oh, well, I don't know what that meant to have an ankle monitor on.
I'm not, it's a different program, and it's not a probation program.
I wouldn't know about it, you know what I mean?
You see, they called the probation department, they made a mistake. I'm not on probation. I'm not, now I'm going to do it like you do. I'm not going to tell you what program I'm in, but I don't have a probation officer. I'm in a different program.
Shit about you. I've told you, you've told me about you, and I've told you who I know that would know you. You know what I'm saying? I don't look you up. Hell, I never even knew you had a wife. Now, if I were to look you up and be so curious about you, I definitely would have probably figured that you had a wife, or I would have asked some of my friends in Wabash. But I didn't. It's none of my business. You know what I mean?
Okay, so but if it's not, if that's the case, then why have you look? The only thing that I have to say to you about in regards to what you started this conversation about what comments do I want you to delete?
I didn't say you were on drugs, and if I don't want to hurt somebody,
I can't tell you, Yukio. I can't tell you. What I've noticed about you is that you're in every chat when it's Rick Snay and Frost and all them. And look, I haven't done shit to any of them. Okay, I did do a song for Rick Snay, the small balls
song.
Honestly, I think everything was going to be fine last night with you and Rick if you could have just got over there and talked. That's why I was trying
Why
to.
the fuck did he stay in my? Why am I gonna leave my show to go fucking cater to his show?
Because honestly, on your side, okay, listen, when I was over there, I caught the live and I'm like, okay, it kept crackling. And even Greeno said that he couldn't hear you there for a minute. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe.
Well, that was not on our end. He did that on purpose. He did that on purpose because I challenged him to ask me to go to his show because he's always asking everybody, "Oh, have anybody on my show?" And when I look earlier before I was texting.
It did click up for you. He
I-
was like,
I was texting with Rick and I said, "Look, Rick, I'm gonna go live tonight. Why don't you join me on a live?" And he said, "Fuck you, David." And I said,
he did.
"Yeah," on text. And
See, I don't understand the man. You know, it's kind of like he's a comedian, but he's a independent reporter and stuff like that. Is he funny? Yeah. Should I laugh at other people's jokes? No. But is it funny? Like the Raffy Taffy, the shit like that because of how he acts? Yes. You have to admit it.
well, yeah, I mean, I understand that. I understand that he thinks he's the king of content because he's willing to make he's willing to make himself look ridiculously stupid on YouTube in a public platform at the cost of clicks, subscribers, and likes and time because he depends on that income because his part-time job as a bouncer. Come on, you know that being a
calls him a bar bitch. Like why the wife calls him a bar bitch? Because is it because he works at a bar? Does he work at a bar?
yes.
Is he like a waiter or
I mean, Yukio, come on, you know, you've been on his show.
I do not.
You know that he says he's a bouncer at Casey's bar in Indianapolis. Please don't, I mean, come on now. You watch him,
Listen, I believe in God and I promise to Jesus that if he worked at any bar, like they say that, you know what I'm saying, bar bitch.
That's why they call
and stuff like that. I assumed he worked at a bar, but if he worked at a bar, I figured it was probably around Delphi or somewhere. I'm just asking, like.
So you don't know that he lives in Indianapolis?
No.
You've never heard him say he lives in Indianapolis and he works for Casey's bar? And he says he's a bouncer?
No, I've not even heard him say that. I thought Casey's bar was in Delphi.
Well,
What's the one in Delphi? There's some bar that Rick Allen was always in. I thought it was Casey's bar.
well, maybe the one that Rick works in is called Katie or Casey. Katie's bar. It might be Katie.
Like JC's bar or something.
Yeah, but they shut it down. That bar no longer exists. Yeah, the one in Delphi.
Not even open.
The bar in Delphi where Rick Allen used to work no longer is in service.
That's not even where he's a bar person at.
No.
Well, and when she calls him a bar bitch and table whatever, I'm just like, I wonder what he does. Is he a fucking bartender? You know what I mean? Like,
He claims that
it's not my business, so I've never asked.
he claims that he's a bouncer. Okay? He's a bouncer and he claims that he works from Thursday through Saturday as a bouncer and he earns he's claimed that he earns $450 a night. That's $1,200 in 3 days. That's what he claimed. Okay.
Wow.
Now one time before the murder sheets, and I got into it over some bullshit. I was texting with.
Murder sheets either? What, do you know the murder sheets people too?
Well, yeah.
You know Kevin and Anna. See what I mean? That's why I don't want any part of it. Yes, I want to get on there and I want to be able to be, have fun with strangers and say smart ass things. But do I want involved in any of this? Hell no.
But how is that? How is that?
Not good.
Don't you think that's a little careless and irresponsible to want to wait. Hold on, Yukio, listen to me. Don't you think that's a little careless and irresponsible to like want to go get your feet wet, but not like not let anybody know who you are, and for that reason, I kind of do admire Rick Snay because he'll say shit in it, but he puts his fucking face. He puts his fucking face up, and that's.
If I was a man, I would be transparent. I'm not a man. My father is not here.
Well,
If my father was
look,
on this
Yukio,
earth,
I'm not, I don't hate you or anything. I ask you because sometimes you come across, look,
this shit out.
at very first, I thought you were a man. At very, very first, until somebody told me that you were Kagan's aunt. You could be Kagan's aunt, right?
And I know that. I thought that we've moved on.
Well,
you know
look,
what I mean?
yeah, we did, because then we started talking about Wabash and people we knew, and that I was, oh, well, that's cool to meet someone from, but it's.
But if the case was over, if this case was over, and I felt like it was over, and all this drama was over, I would love to meet the people.
Well,
even go to that cookout and meet people and tell you who I am and whatever, because I'm not a bad person, but it's still not over. It's a big old fucking mess now. You know what I mean? Like, how can you say who you are?
Well, look, to be honest with you, the case, I think they have it under control. They're just being it's a huge deal because of the Dropbox, okay? They can't talk a lot. But you know what the mess is? You know what the mess is? The mess is the YouTube community.
Yeah.
The cops have their shit together. Well, I mean, not to the best of their ability because they've made many mistakes, but they know they know more than us. Now, we, the YouTube community, that's where the fucked up mess is. Richard Snay against Holly against Ruckus against Prof, everybody against Prof against everybody against Noe against that, and me like having this conversation with you right now.
I said that day to you, I was like, and I'm sure wife Willis was pissed about it, but I was like, just don't even go down that road. You know what I mean?
Well, like, what road?
Be the brave, but don't be her brave heart. Don't be whatever, because don't get yourself in trouble. I don't want to see you get yourself in trouble because you yelled in a courthouse or you stuck up for somebody. Because you know what? She can stick up for herself. I can understand with the Frankmeister stuff. You know what I mean? But then it's like, if you already have that adrenaline going in you, you know what I mean? And then some women come up and ask you a question, you're going to stick up for her still. And nobody faults you for that because they understand it. But do they look at it like, okay, she's putting you in this stuff, even though she's not? She's probably telling you, no, you don't need to do this. You don't need to do that. If the shoe was on the other foot, you might look at it the same way.
Okay. It sucks that these ladies, Bossy and Jinx, they put a camera to my face, and I don't care that they were trying to talk to Holly. I was with her. If they want to talk to Holly, they can catch her when she's alone, and they can do a one-on-one without a male in it. I went there for Frank Meister. Frank announced it. And when he announced that, I announced, well, she's going to be with me, dude, so you're going to have to deal with me. This did never involve Bossy or Jinx. They put Jinx has no reason, Jinx has no right and no right to film my vehicle, my face, and then expect me to not say a goddamn thing. And I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry because I don't cuss a whole lot, okay? I really don't. But I don't give a fuck that she's a woman and I'm a man. You do not record my face or my vehicle and try to harass my friend on top of it and then say that I inserted myself into it. When you're the fucking one that's standing right next to my car, 10, 15 feet, that don't matter. She made a big old deal about I said she was right next to my car. She posted herself and stalked me and Holly. And that's not what it's about. There is a drone footage that shows it clear.
But I definitely wasn't there.
No,
You know what I
have
mean?
you not seen the drone,
And
Yukio?
what bossy is, I didn't know that she is a person who's at every court date. You know, I had no clue about who she is and who she was. Did I see a picture of her from the Prof thing and then from the cookout stuff? Yes. And I was like, damn, I don't even know that girl. I've never seen her.
I don't either. I don't either. Look, I had
I even
inter.
asked my friend, I'm like, hey, girl, do you know her? I thought you knew who Bossy was. And she was like, no, I've never even seen her.
Look, Yukio. I had the only thing I knew. The only thing I knew was that I have interacted like with hybrid and
Yes.
you
And
with
care
you
about
with
Zoe.
Jinx.
And that's what Jinx wanted to do too, but you didn't want to talk to her, which is fine.
No, I didn't want to talk to her because the way she when I reached out to her, the way she
I know.
that was
I know.
and she turned me off, and that was it. But I said to her clearly, no hard feelings, and I didn't know she was gonna go after Holly and record my vehicle, park herself right next to my vehicle.
Remember, I tried to get back a hold of you.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, you're telling me that
Because I seen what happened. You know what I mean? And she's seen what happened, and she thought, okay, maybe he did take that in the wrong way. You know, like you're not welcome because you hang out with Holly. No, it's not about that. It's like, come Noe, but just don't bring Holly. Like the delivery wasn't great. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing.
The delivery sucked.
Well, she's never even acknowledged that, okay? And she won't acknowledge that. She won't look, I acknowledge that I did scream at them. Okay, I did.
We're talking about the cookout. Then you wouldn't even talk to her, and I'm like, shit, Noe, come on.
But she won't even acknowledge that the way she came across to me was not like I really reached out to her with enthusiasm and you know, like enthusiasm to be there because I was invited. And then imagine like you know, you're looking forward to something and then they just shut you out about it. They shut you out and you feel you feel demoralized. You feel like I don't want to go now. That's what happened.
And that's exactly what happened. She realized how she said it and that she said it in a kind of a foul manner or however you would say that. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't about you.
Look, she wasn't disrespectful or she cursed at me or anything. She was very, it was very discouraging. That it was very
like you come across because it's like you have an accent a little bit, and I don't know what your accent is, you know what I'm saying? But you have a certain way of talking. She has a certain way of talking, like when she talks, because she's from the South, and I have not heard many Southern people. I told you I'm from Wabash, okay? I do live here in Peru, but it's like these Southern people, when they say stuff, it either sounds too sweet or too
harsh.
kind of like harsh. There's no middle ground, and they don't realize it, and we don't know how to take it. You know what I'm saying?
And like in my case, I know that my voice carries. It's very thick, and when I get a little bit loud, it sounds even worse. So
well, and Jinx can take that. Now, I've heard about Bossy, and the reason that Bossy cannot take that type of stuff is because she's been in abusive relationships. She's had people
well, let me tell you something. She has a very sinister and sadistic look in her face. Okay?
I've never seen her in person, only in those pictures.
And she come out on Ruckus. Did you hear her show with
No,
Ruckus?
I didn't watch the Ruckus show because I was so not feeling good.
Well,
That's what I mean.
she came across very nice and very polite and very caring. She even says that she cried
That's how
with
she acts on what do you call it? On help me.
what?
Discord. On Discord.
She cried with Kaden, and
On Discord.
but
you know?
but the way she treated me in the court, off the bat, as I was walking up the steps, she made me feel very uncomfortable, and I didn't know who she was. I didn't know that was Bossy.
I wonder if she just felt intimidated herself because of past situations that she's been through.
Look,
You know what I mean?
Yukio,
Like, that
Yukio,
you don't know about and I don't know about.
Yukio, check this out. She knew that I had made a statement that I would be there with Holly, and that I wasn't gonna let anybody harass her.
See, I didn't know that until the day of or the day after when Ruckus came in there and said, I said it right on, he said it was right in, he was on a live with Frank or something.
Yeah.
And Frank said something like that.
Yeah, Frank said it.
He's like, oh, no, we know.
And I replied, I waited a few days. And
But I don't want you to hurt things with you and Ruckus and everybody because of sticking up for somebody. You know what I mean? I look at it like that. Because if it would have been for Frank, okay. I mean, is Ruckus gonna not like you because of any of this?
well, listen, why did Bossy record me?
You know what? I have no clue. Here's what I'm thinking. The only reason that you got recorded is because you stepped in front.
No. Hold on. Go and look at the video. She's recording me.
Oh, Gary Nichols in the video. He's a good dude.
She's recording me. If you start the video at the beginning, she's recording me. Holly's nowhere around the video. And as I walk,
The beginning of the video where you're walking.
as I walk across, she follows me and then captures Holly and gets in her face. And I'm like, what's going on? Because I'm trying to catch Kagan. That's what I was trying to do. You see, I'm trying to record Kagan. They're trying to record us. Please understand. They're trying to we're trying to record the fucking suspect, the guilty guy. They're trying to record us. I'm sorry. Please don't believe that I'm screaming at you or anything. Okay. That's what I'm trying to get. And nobody wants to fucking say anything about that. All they want to say is that I screamed at Bossy and that I'm intimidated Bossy and verbally assault Bossy and Jinx. And nobody's saying, well, she was recording Noe. Secretly recording me.
Like that because they're gonna look at it in the other way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's called. You know what it's called? And please don't feel offended. You know what it's called? And it's been happening to me. It's been happening to me for the past 25 years here in the state of Indiana. It's called I get rednecked because I'm not from here. It's called unfair treatment. Now, because if you were to go and live in Brownsville, Texas, as a white lady, you would feel what I'm feeling up here. I promise you, it's not racism. It's discrimination. It's unfair treatment because we have different cultures. It's something that's natural. If you put a different type of cat living with alley cats, there's going to be difference in the environment, in everything, because of the you see what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be a dick, and me saying that I get rednecked in this community and everywhere I live, in Warsaw or in Goshen, like, you know, I stick out like a sore thumb. Let me tell you.
Here's the thing: if you lived in Peru or you lived in places like that, you're not gonna stick out like a sore thumb because that's half the reason. Walnut's is a racist place. You know that, right?
Of course, yeah. Yeah, I know that. I've been here 8 fucking years.
That's why I said sundown towns. I mean, now Mexicans have lived in Wabash, and they're fine. You know, I know not many of them, because there aren't many of them. There may be now, but did I grow up with many of them? No. There was only a few families, right?
Look, Yukio. I worked in the school system for many years, and my workload was Spanish speaking students. You know what they told me one time when we had a group of Spanish students? This white counselor lady told me that all kids that have a Spanish last name have to take a language what's it called? It's an English evaluation. It's kind of like an English evaluation test. I can't remember the exact name.
Speak English well enough?
Yeah, no, she told me just because they had a Spanish name, last name, and I said, "Whoa, no, it doesn't work like that. Only the kids that really need,
Manchester or Wabash?
only the kids. You know that there's a lot of kids that have Spanish names, and
Right,
and
I
they
thought you
speak
were
fluent
being smart.
English, and they speak fluent English." And she said, "No, if they have a foreign last name, they have to take this test because of their last name." I said, "You are so stupid, you know." Uh,
Her name's Shay.
just because of the name. That's profiling.
Wait. Did you say it was the counselor? Because there was a counselor named, her name was Shay, and she was
No.
lesbian. She had a wife. Shay
No,
Finnegan.
you're talking about, I know who you're talking about. Wait, no, she wasn't a counselor. Or you're talking about, are you talking about Miss, she was my
Finnegan,
aunt.
or-
She was my
Wait,
aunt.
hold on.
Well, she was,
ended up marrying Marcia. I can't think of Marcia's last name, who was a professor or something at Manchester College. Help me.
you're not talking about, Cripe,
She,
Nancy Cripe and, Troop.
no.
Do you remember Troop? She was an English teacher at,
No, Troop is from a long, long time ago. This would be in the past 15, 20 years.
well, I know Marsha. You're talking about Marsha.
Did you go to Wabash High School too?
No, dear. I'm from Texas.
Oh, how do you know Troop?
Troop was my aunt or my uncle, however you want to look at it.
Troop is a woman.
Well, she was lesbian.
Yeah, but she's a woman.
I
She's
know.
like-
That's why I said she was my aunt or my uncle, however you want to look at it.
You smart ass. Oh my god.
What?
You're a dick.
Well, I mean,
I know. I
look,
would never tell her.
look. Troop married Nancy Cripe, and Nancy Cripe, I dated her niece back in the day.
Wait. Hold up.
What?
Hold up.
Troop. The
Amos. Sandra Amos.
Almighty, you're doxing me now. What about her? What about her?
Sandra. Carla. Sword. Hold on.
How
Why
you
am I
get?
remembering these names? Philip Easterday. Why am I remembering these names?
Why are you? Yeah, why are you saying these names?
I don't know.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you do know.
No, I'm telling you right now. Hold on. I'm trying to think of something. Because I went to school with these people.
So how are
And
you?
that girl's last name is now Amos.
Wait a
Is that your
second.
wife?
How are you saying to me that you're way older than me, and now you're saying you went to school with Carla and Sandra and Philip Easterday? How did you get that?
I'm telling you, wait a second. Hold on. That girl's last name is Amos, I believe. So that's why I just said to you, what in the world?
Where did you find that? Where did you find that?
Listen, I have Facebook. Hello.
Well, then send me a friend. Also, you mean to tell me that you're looking at my Facebook page right now and
No,
you
this
found?
has nothing to do with your Facebook. Okay? This has to do with the last name that I remember seeing. And it was Amos. And it was Carla Sword, though. Now, Carla Sword was at my school. We were not in the same class. However, that's why I just said, well, oh my gosh.
So you're not way older. How you say? Now you see, Yukio, what you're doing to me. No,
Way older
look,
than you do.
look, Carla.
But I'm not going to tell you all that stuff because I don't want my...
Carla is younger than me.
Into the Dropbox and all that
So
stuff.
if you went to school with Carla, you're younger than me.
I mean, I'm younger than you. And I'm a female.
Well, that-
and there's the Dropbox. I live in the same town as a bunch of creeps.
What prompted you to say Sandra
Because I just
Amos?
remember seeing... Okay, listen, I have a lot of Facebook friends. Okay?
So what's your Facebook name?
Listen. And I do believe...
Let me see your Facebook. Let me see. Tell me your Let me look you up.
You're gonna know who I am. Why do you know who I am so
No,
bad?
Well,
Totally
why are
freaking
you
out.
wanting to know if I know Carla and
I'm
Sandra?
not wanting to know if you know Carla. I'm just trying to remember these names because when you started to say that about the counselor and about how people are treated, I remember how people are treated. I remember how
Yukio, what is your name on Facebook? Send me a send me a friend request.
No way. As soon as this whole case and crap is over, I really will. And you can know who I am. This isn't anything about out to get you or to get anybody else. This is for my own for real safety.
You're trying to figure out if Sandra Amos is my wife.
No, I'm not. I promise to Jesus that name just popped in my head. You know what I mean? We have a lot of mutual friends, and she's on my friend list, I think. Or one of my best friends' list, and I just remember that last name had been Amos. If she's your wife, more than happy. I'm not going to say, listen, you hear me say this right here. You're never going to hear that name come out. You know what I mean? And the only reason that I think that I've seen this is because it has something to do with Philip Easterday passing. And it's been like maybe...
What is it that it has to do?
ago?
What is it?
Huh?
What is
What'd
it?
you say?
What does it have to do with? Well, what do you mean that? How are you
I'm
relating?
just saying, okay, because you're telling me about if you have the last name of a minority, I guess, what you call it, or a Hispanic last name, like say Delgado, Zapata, anything like that. You know what I'm saying? The only other few last names in Wabash that I had remembered were Cruz, there was the Max Cruz, there were some other Cruzes, and I didn't remember an Amos, but then I remembered an Amos because of Philip Easterday. And I don't know why I remember it because of Philip Easterday. I can't remember if she had a child with him, like way back when, or if what.
So where does Carla come into the
I
picture?
remember things as they trigger in my mind.
Where does Carla come into the picture? How does Carla come into the picture?
Okay, we're sitting here talking about last names.
No, we were talking about Troop and Nancy Kripe.
Right, and I started to think back into the school. Think about it. I mean, this isn't like some puzzle or riddle. She was an English teacher. Mrs. Troop, or Miss Troop. She was an English teacher. She was a great woman. I mean, I haven't seen her in 50 million years.
Yeah.
But I love that lady to death.
And
okay?
I told you
When
that
think
she was.
back about
I
school,
told you right
I
that she
think
was
about-
my aunt for a while.
Yeah, uncle, whatever you were
Because
saying.
because
Then I
she
start thinking
she
about
married
things
she
that
married
were
Nancy
meant to
Kripe,
be.
and Nancy Kripe.
I don't know who Nancy Kripe is.
You know Nancy Kripe?
No. See, the reason I know Troop
Okay.
is just from English
Okay.
and from like journalism.
Okay, listen to this. You know where 114 and 13 meet. You know where the timeout in is.
I know where 114 is because I used to be able to take it to get to Manchester really quick.
Okay,
Or,
so we're talking about Manchester. You know where the timeout in is, and the Dairy Queen on 114.
No. I know where Dairy Queen is, but not the timeout. What's the timeout?
It's the bar.
Nope, I've never been there. I don't drink.
Okay,
But
you know
because
where.
I'm allergic to it.
Okay, you know where Dairy Queen is.
Yeah.
Okay, Dairy Queen. Right next to Dairy Queen is the timeout
okay,
in.
I know what you're talking about now.
The
it's on
time.
the way to Wawasee. It's right there on the right.
Yeah, Doug is the owner.
See, don't know him.
Okay, all right, but we know where we're. Okay, you know Barterball, the gas station, on the corner of 114 and 13.
It's been so long, but yeah, I know the gas station right there.
All right. Do you ever remember a?
A girl who died in a bathroom.
No.
I did remember some girl, the Brandt's daughter, that died in a bathroom there.
That wasn't there though. Do you?
Okay.
What I'm trying to
I
tell.
didn't live in Wabash. I just hear about.
Look,
this
I'm
stuff.
trying to share some info with you that it's completely relevant, so that you understand why I know Nancy Kripe. She was my aunt.
Who Who is she though? I mean, is she?
Well, I'm trying to tell you, but you won't let me, honey.
Oh, there you go. Sorry.
Okay, Dairy Queen, right? There's a bar right next door. It's called the Timeout Inn. Okay, if you were to come out of the Dairy Queen and look straight across the street, there's a big old farm with some German Baptist family. It's a huge farm right in the corner of 114 and 13, right across the street from Dairy Queen. Okay, they're German Baptists, and they're known for having the tents there every 4 years. They have a German Baptist convention. Okay, now that family, they're the Cripes, and they're German Baptist. Their daughter left the church, and I dated their daughter back in the day when I met Johnny.
You mean left the church?
She left the church. She got out of the.
Is it like a kind of like of an FLDS or something? Like they have their certain ways.
Yeah, something like that. It's more like Mennonites and Quakers and okay, but she got out of that. She didn't want to be that. She wanted to go to college and live normal like all of us or whatever.
Yeah.
And I met her when I was a teacher. I was a teacher at Head Start in Warsaw, and she used to work for a company called Cardinal Center. Okay, and she used to bring a kid to the school, and I used to help her unload it. So we started dating. So I met her Aunt Nancy. Nancy used to be married or partner with Miss Troop.
And that's your relative?
No, well, when I was dating her niece, she was.
Gotcha. But still, family's family.
And this is back in the day when I used to hang out with Johnny Jr.
But Troop would not be racist. She would not act like that.
No, they were not. No,
A lot of Wabash was.
No, and when I was talking to you about the names and all that, I was talking about a different school system. And I was talking about Wawasee. This happened in Wawasee, at Wawasee High School when I worked there. So, but anyway.
I thought maybe you were Head Start. When you said online that you were Head Start and whatever, I just assumed Wabash or North Manchester.
No, I've never worked the Wabash school system. I worked at Kosciuszko schools. I work at Wawasee School Corporation and Richmond School Corporation and Wiggly County School Corporations. I work at 4 different school systems in the 2000s.
Did you say Massinoa?
No, Wawasee. That's in Syracuse. It's in Syracuse.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I mean, I know that Wawasee isn't in Syracuse, but you know what I mean? Like the lake.
So you and I know each other a lot more than we you just said and this all ties back to the somebody had told me that you were posting something in the comments on the Prof, and you gave that person a reason to believe that you were related to either Tony or maybe Kagan's mom. And that's why I asked if you were Kagan's aunt. You said no. I have the.
But we still thought about it. You know what I mean? I'm a shit about things, and that's kind of how I am. And once you realize and know who I am, when this stuff is over, then you'll understand. You'll be like, oh, duh, I've heard of her before.
Well, of course I know we know who we are, and I'm gonna probably know. Oh, it's her, and.
But you've never met me. You and I have never actually met.
You,
Our people know each other. If you are, okay, say those people that I just popped up in my head, where I found the last name of Ramos and thought about it.
You see, now you're saying Ramos. Amos and Ramos are 2 different names.
Oh my God. Well then, you're right. So Amos and Ramos aren't even the same fucking name.
Exactly. I'm David Ramos.
Look, I know about this.
But
shit.
hey, here's another thing. I'm known as Cruz. I'm Cruz. And if you don't know, if you never ever heard of Cruz.
I never knew that. You said you were the bird.
Well, that's my, oh God, that's my nickname.
God, you got me fucking, oh, you do want to know why I have so many fucking names and you have this name and Noe?
Yeah, but I've come forward. Look, when I first came here, everybody knew me as Cruz. Everybody knew me as Cruz, right?
Okay, so when you say Cruz, I think of these people named there was a Max Cruise.
Yeah, I know them. I know who you're talking about. Max Cruz and Brian, I think, or
And there was a girls cruise too.
yeah, the
like
cruises.
Angie
Yeah,
Cruise.
I mean, I don't know them, but I know who they are because I used to work at Village Pantry, and one of them guys lost
I
their.
don't think Sandra Amos had anything to do with Ramos.
You see, you're wrong there. Saying I know who you're talking about,
And
but
I'm not ever gonna say anything about it. I'm
but
saying
for you
it
like to
because
bring
I
up
think
like
about
my, since I've mentioned, and I've been married for years, but now that you mentioned, you know, you associated me with Carla Sorg and Philip Easterday, and now
No,
let
I'm
me.
not associating you with them. I just assumed like maybe you're related to her, not her wife or whatever.
Well, you said,
they're
is
not
she
her
your
husband.
wife?
That's why I said, okay, well then, is that your wife? Whoa, I don't know who's anybody. But look, I didn't even have the damn last name right. It's something that I saw on Facebook, and I just remembered like that she had a Hispanic last name, and she never used to have a Hispanic last name.
Well,
Philip Easterday. Does that make sense? And
Yeah.
this has been like a year ago.
did you go to his funeral?
No. I did.
So you went to school with Carla?
Huh?
You went to school with Carla?
Yes. I did.
Do you know Kelly Mons?
Yes, I do.
So yeah, then you know Cruz. I mean, there's no way you cannot not know me as Cruz.
No, I didn't hang around with them.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
yeah, you're right. And when I popped here in 2001, or wait, I popped the Wabash in 2000.
I moved in 1995.
So you've been gone since '95.
Mm-hmm.
What class did you graduate? What year?
See, I'm not. No, then that's gonna call me out.
No, it's not. How the fuck is that gonna call you out?
It's not. I'm not gonna. When all this is over, I really will tell you who I am. But you're still not gonna know me. You're just gonna know of me. You've never met me. And now they know me and they know of me, but like they never really.
Are you gonna send me a picture of Beijing?
No, why am I sending a picture of Beijing?
Because I'd like to see Beijing. When I mean, don't people
Freaked out about Beijing.
don't people like people share pictures with each other and
Yeah, but you and I have never shared any pictures. I don't ask you for pictures, so what in the world? This is what I don't understand. Like, why it continues to
No,
go
what you
on.
don't understand is that I'm transparent and I'm asking you to be transparent and you're not being transparent.
I cannot be transparent.
Bec-
I've explained that to you, and it's for my own safety.
Well,
It's for my own safety.
I am not
against
kegging,
you.
dude. I don't do that kind of. I
Not
used to
against
sell
you,
dope.
Not
Okay.
against anybody. But it is for my own safety and for my friend's safety.
Well,
I
it's
cannot
look,
say
Yukio.
my
Yukio, or I can technically now call you bitch because you put that up, but I'm not gonna do that. But look,
though. I mean,
okay, I'll call you Barbie. Look, Barbie, Barbie. Look, it is. I'm gonna be flat honest with you, and in the most polite way I can be. It's very shady to me that you're being very shady. You interact a lot with Rick and with that group like Thomas Frost and their comments and stuff. And for me,
none of them even know my own name.
but how do I know that? How do I know that you don't talk to them like you and I are talking just now and share private messages?
I put my word on God. I promise to Jesus. I mean, that's for real. Ruckus doesn't even know my real name.
Ruckus told me he knows you.
No, he knows me, but he does not know my real name.
And you have everyone fooled thinking that you're a little old lady from China, and that because that's what Ruckus told. Ruckus said, "Look at me. I'm not worried to say Ruckus told me that you're a little old lady, And if you go tell Ruckus, hey, no, he said that you." I don't care. I mean, that's it's not like I'm snitching on you or putting you out. It's like people talk. I talk to you now, And when I hang up, I'm gonna talk to someone else, and you're gonna talk to someone else. I mean, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, I was on the phone with." I mean, I know how it is.
Not. The only thing that I've said out loud or said anything about was our recent messages, where I was like, man, what is going on here? You know, what does this dude want? And what does he want me to remove? Because I will remove it. This is just too much.
Well,
this is drama.
Well, what I'm saying,
You know?
what I'm saying to you is that I
I'm
cannot
not
pin,
trying to hurt people.
I cannot,
and make
I
their
cannot,
social
pin,
media stuff.
I cannot pinpoint the comments right now off the top of my head. But I just noticed that Solo Bird, like you came
He's a
into,
smartass.
you came,
Bird is just a smartass.
you came into Crying to Sleep, and you were nice to me, and I even said I like Solo Bird's middle name because I'm the bird.
Yes.
Remember? And you asked me to play Herd. I do remember that. But then I turn around, I turn around, and then I go to another platform like Rick's Nay, and you're over there very active on chat with everybody, with Frost and everybody else, and with Karen, which is Bossy, right? You said it was Reg. You said.
For sure.
So now by you just saying Reg is Karen and knowing that Bossy is Karen,
You see it right
Bossy
there.
is Karen, you're pretty much kind of like making me now think that Reg Dunlap is Karen. I thought it was
I'm not trying to make you think that. I'm
because
telling
you
what
said
I
it. You said
my
Reg
God.
is Karen and Bossy is Karen.
Listen, I said that like about Reg, saying you're Karen, get it? Like you're a Karen. Next thing you know, everybody's acting like people are doxxed from the.
Well, I don't know if you said. Now I don't know if you said. You see, this type of comments is what I'm referring at.
Yeah, well, these comments.
And you are taking it as this isn't. Look, you are taking it as entertainment. This is not entertainment to me. This is two girls who were murdered in a very brutal manner.
Has nothing to do with the girls. You know what I mean?
It's everything. I mean, what's the name of the show? Delphi After Dark. It has everything. If those two girls weren't dead right now, we would not be having this conversation. But now you're saying you said Reg is a Karen.
No, listen. You can go right there and see the comment.
I wouldn't be able to find it right now.
I haven't even removed it because I didn't. I mean, I thought, shit, I didn't say anything bad or
Okay, but do you understand? Like
But now I understand.
I'm trying to say, like, you were very, very involved with my chat. You requested a song, and you know, and then like a couple days later, I go to another platform and I see Solo Bird. I'm like, oh, I know who that is, right? And then I read the comments. I'm like, what? You know, that's why I reached out to you. And the only way I figured out that you were Yukio was because when I went back to Discord, I saw.
I just switched my name. It's always on. I mean, think about it. It goes from Yukio to whatever.
Yeah, it changed your name. It changed your name to
For
Cricket and yeah, and Minerva.
And then my friend changed her. Okay, I changed my name to Docs a lot. You forgot that one too last night when you were running off all my 5 million names, asshole. God.
Well, I mean, why so much? You know, like I tell everybody, I am the bird. I am the bird. I am Noe, David Noe, Ribos. You know,
are just two little names.
You see, like I have, the only thing that links me to the Delphi case is being incarcerated with Kagan Klein.
I have nothing to do with the Delphi case. I have nothing to do with any case. Now.
So why are you so involved in chats in different platforms with different names?
Because I had fun doing it.
And you told me that you have some inside knowledge.
No, not inside like information that people would want.
So what is it then?
Heard, you know what I mean?
When we were talking about Kagan, about Tony Klein, you said, I asked you like if you were related or on the mom's side maybe, and you said, well, no, but the reason why you were there, like you had some insight something.
I wasn't there. I was never there. I've never been in that courthouse other than for, you know what I mean? I've not been to that courthouse for one time. I have drove by that courthouse when Kagan Klein's had a court date a long time ago. But I have never been in that courthouse. I don't know Kagan, but I know some things about the case with him. Does that make sense?
Kind of like me.
Well, no. I'm not put in it. You know what I'm saying? I really have nothing to do with it.
Okay, and the things you know
But-
about Kagan, they're 100% like fact. They're fact knowledge.
No, I don't know.
Have you reached
No, I
out
don't
to
know.
ISP or Holman or somebody with that? Because if it's something that
No,
you
I have no facts or nothing like that about him. It's not about anything that he's done or did or anything. It's about, honestly, how can I say this? You live in this community, right? Sam, my friend, and I, we live in this community.
Mm-hmm.
We're females,
Mm-hmm.
correct? Do we want our names out there if there are others in that Dropbox who are friends with, not Kagan?
Come on, Yukio. I'm not a detective, honey. Don't do me like that.
No, I mean, I don't even know how to explain it.
Just be
I don't know how to
transparent and
explain
just say
very
it, you know.
incriminating a
Be-
friend.
Because I can hardly even remember where I put my glasses. You think I'm gonna remember all this? I mean, that does not answer that does not answer the comment that you made to me that you know about them or you have something about them, but you don't know Tony. You see, I thought somebody told me that the way you were commenting made it seem like you were related. She sounds like Kagan's aunt, is what I was told. That's why I asked you. I said, well, why don't you ask her? And she's like, no. So I said, I'll ask her. So I asked you. And you got mad, of course, for a little bit.
Yeah, because I was freaked out. I'm like, dude, I would never want to be related to those people. That isn't on my DNA. No, I'm not even from this town. Do you think I want to be part of that stuff? No.
Yeah, but there's something that you commented, and I don't know what it was. There's something that you've been on your comments that you're just bullshitting around. Like to you it's just a game. To you it's just a game. You just bullshit, just fuck around with people. But you said something that made this person think she's close to these people or knows about them, or you make him think that you were his aunt, or you know. So,
yeah, I guess, but it was so many months ago. I wish I knew what I said.
Well,
You know what I mean? Because at my age, I guess Tony is a little bit older, but I guess that if you're from Peru or you've lived here for so long, everybody kind of knows him. Does that make sense?
well, yeah, of course it makes sense. But I've been here for 25 years. I know that. So that's why when I say so you know about them. You know, like I know people in Peru. I mean, I don't know everything about them or anything like Stevie.
Right.
You know Stevie Ryland?
No.
She owns the corner bar.
No.
You don't go to bars. You're not a bar. Well, you see, I know her, but I don't know anything about her. But I know if I was to go to the bar, I'd see her. We would talk like we knew each other. But then I leave the bar. I probably not even remember her. You know, I know Steve.
That's probably why I don't know Bossy. You know what I mean? That's probably why I don't know a lot of the people like that.
But do you know that Bossy's Karen?
Back in the day,
Do you know? Do you at least know
way back
that?
in the day.
Do you at least know that Bossy is Karen?
No, I don't know exactly that she's Karen. I can't say that because I don't know her first or last name. And I've never even seen her. And when I asked my friend that has to do with this, I'm like, do you actually know her? Because she graduated from Peru and has lived in Peru her whole life, my friend.
Do you know how old she is?
No. she's gonna be, she can't be old.
Yeah,
There's
you
no
think
way.
you think she's about Tony's age? I think she's probably younger than
No,
Tony.
listen, I always thought Tony was younger than what he was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I thought he was a little more not in his 50s, like, but he is in his 50s.
Like, what made you think? What made you think that, like, that he might have been younger? Like, just from the case,
Because
or
I never knew his age. Because I never knew his age.
and you don't know like anybody in your circle that's like connected to them or him, like for you to have said something that triggered my friend to think you were related to the clients. It's, I don't know.
I know people.
Okay.
I have friends that, you know, have had shit to do with him. Does that make sense? And why I would know some of the things that I know?
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole town talks about it, and only his friends that are still his friends seem to believe him or whatever, you know what I mean? So a lot of the older people in the town who talk about him and say all this stuff, even in hair salons, you get what I'm saying?
Now, when you brought up, let me ask you something. When you
like that, you know, all kinds of just weird shit that you would have never known of him, that people just say now. And
so can you verify? Can you verify that it's true what has been said about him? Like in terms of the way he treated his kids, the way he would treated women. No?
I can't verify that because I never know it for sure. I never would have seen it.
So then
what
you've heard about him, what you've heard
like,
about him is like he's a real good guy, or he's a good dude, he's a hardworking guy, he's a good father. Well, if you can't verify either way, neither good nor shitty.
I mean, honestly,
Because if you're telling me that you're in a circle that you know mutual friends and you know people about, that's why you know so much about them, but you can't make a decision.
I can make a decision, but
so what do you think
I'm
of?
not going to incriminate people because we can't talk about this stuff.
Why?
You get it?
Why?
Because the FBI and everybody already know. Hello?
I'm here.
I mean, come on.
I'm here.
Now, do you see why my friend and I can't speak about this?
So
and
you
put our name up there?
So you are you trying to tell me that
Vito and everybody, Vito and them all know.
You're under the gag order?
They keep us protected.
They keep you protected?
So that's why I'm saying, no, I cannot put my name or my friend's name out there.
They keep you protected?
I mean, not necessarily do they keep me protected, but they know of us.
So you
stay away from everything.
So you are gagged.
Not related.
You're under the gag order.
No, not under the gag order, just advised.
So kind of like Holly. Holly's advice. That's why Holly's in a deep. Hold on. That's why Holly's in a deep mess, because she's been told. She can't say. She can't say.
See how you're answering questions? If asking questions, if I answer some of them, it'll incriminate somebody else, not me.
Well, Holly, that's why she can't say anything.
And it won't be good for my friend or for anybody else, because you know what? My friend and nobody puts their face or their anything out there.
So then you guys play an important role in this investigation. Then it's what you're making me believe.
No, I do not.
Well, your friend.
Possibly. Not an important role.
So that's why you said something that caught the attention of my friend, because my friend is in a similar.
I said something about Tony.
What you are describing.
That I said about.
What you are describing.
Where he lived, or where his parents lived, or anything like that.
I don't know, but
anybody around here can do that.
My friend is in a situation where she's told she can't say certain things.
So here's the thing: she's probably talked to Vito too.
Until later. Just like she's
they
painting,
probably
you are
already came to
painting,
her too.
you are painting the
That
exact
she's
same.
involved in a big,
You
huge-
are painting the same exact scenario. Until later you can talk, but for now you can't. The only difference between you and my friend is that
she put her face out
she
there.
put her
and did
face
it.
exactly.
And we listened to what they said. Okay, we stayed out of it. You know what I mean?
Did you ever contact Kagan?
Never. God, are you serious?
I don't know. I mean, shit, you talk a lot for fucking. I mean,
Dude,
anybody can chirp him. You would have had a ball. You would have had a ball chirp fucking around with him the way you fuck around with chats. You would have had a ball.
I just fuck around in the chats and stuff like that. I would never chirp him or anything like that.
Do you know Lisa Hunt?
Huh?
Do you know Lisa Hunt?
No.
Oh.
I don't know any Hunts.
She's from Peru.
I mean, did you say Melissa?
Yeah, Melissa, Lisa. She's a sergeant at the Miami County Jail.
Oh, no. I thought you were going to say Melissa, and I'm like, well, she is a, does she sell crystals?
No.
I do know a girl that was married to a man with the last name of Hunt, but he died. He was in an accident. But no, I don't know anybody at the jail. We haven't had to talk to anybody that has anything to do with the jail.
Right.
The jail doesn't come to you.
So then,
And
like,
that probably, you know.
so here's the thing, though. So
Involved in stuff like that, or you may absolutely be in harm's way.
You make me.
The FBI comes to you, or the ISP comes to you.
You make me kind of wonder that you might have talked to law enforcement, and you're told to stay down low. You're told to stay down low and not to talk shit.
Peru doesn't care. This has nothing to do with Peru law enforcement. You know that.
Well, law enforcement in regards to the case, whether it's state or federal or Carroll County. It don't.
This has nothing to do with any of that.
Come on,
And it doesn't have anything to do with. I don't know if it has anything to do with Delphi or not.
So then it's got to do with it has to do with a pedophile ring. It has to do with a pedophile ring. It has to do with a pedophile ring.
Yes, it has nothing to do with like.
So then it has to do with Peru. It has to do with Peru. It has to do.
But it's not the Peru that comes to people's houses. It's the detectives that comes to people's houses and warns you of stuff. You get it?
Not really. I've never been.
I don't get it either because, you know what I mean? I don't understand why they come and they warn people, but they do. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, they've been watching Tony for a long time. He stalks people.
They've been watching Tony for a long time.
Right now because he's
so do you ever tell Rick Snay this? And you know how?
No, I don't know Rick Snay. We would never tell Rick.
But you live on his. I mean, it's like you can't wait for him to go on to jump on the comments.
He's funny, damn it. He's funny. It is funny, and I can't help it that I thought it's funny. You know what I mean?
What about when he defends Tony Klein with
Yukio and everything else? What are you talking about? He cusses everybody.
No. He likes you, Yukio. No, he loves Yukio. He loves Yukio. He loves Babylonian. He loves Tommy Frost. He loves.
Wait a minute. Maybe it was somebody in the chat who got mad at me and blocked me, or something one night. But he did too. It was something that he didn't agree
really?
with.
He did block you? Is that why you changed names?
I say the word cunt and shit like that. People don't like that.
Bullshit. That channel is the fucking most vulgar channel there is in YouTube, along with Sonny Justice.
It's because of me, and I say these bad words.
But why do you engage in that type of behavior on a public?
Because
platform because it's you see for you it's entertainment. You're like you have knowledge and you have knowledge. You've been asked not to talk. You obviously you've had contact with law enforcement, but you go in a chat under a name that's not yours, and you
And I don't know any of
you
those
stir
people.
shit. You stir shit. And then you came to my channel and you was very nice. I liked you so much. I even said I like your middle name. And then I turn around and I see you comment on another fucking platform and you're starting shit, man.
Yes. I mean, it happens, Noe.
It is not a fucking game. This is not a game. No, it's not about no, this is not perfect. Nobody's perfect. This is about you see, this is the only issue with you, Yukio. This is the only issue with you, Yukio, is that you kind of start shit and then change your name next week and then you're cool.
Always the same name.
That's bullshit, Yukio.
But it doesn't have anything to do with you. Okay, listen, if I wanted to hide my name and all the stuff from you, I would have deleted it and you and I wouldn't even still have that open chat. Did I want to hide from the prof? Yes. Did I want to hide from you guys? No. Did I think that I could definitely come out and say who I am and be real after KK got sentenced?
But then why join chats and be so, like, I'm sorry, please don't be offended, but be so like instigating shit and then not wanna,
Banter back and forth with people.
slander back and forth bullshit type of shit and then
Banter.
I'm sorry, yeah, you're right. I said slander. No, banter, yeah. Banter back and shit and then
When you told me that you thought that I was saying that you were in drugs, I felt bad. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean?
why didn't you defend my ass? Why didn't you defend my ass when the chatters that you engage with on Rick Snake's platform, why didn't you say, you know what? I live 20 minutes away from this dude. And I don't know him personally, but I know who he is. And he certainly is not I am not your fucking typical junkie from Main and Market Street, Yukio. And you know that because you know who I am.
But I don't know who you are, and I can't defend on that type of level. Did anybody say anything bad about you? No. They all think that, like...
What the fuck? Rick Dunlap, Tom Frost called me, said that I was verbally assaulting ladies. Many Babylonian, you got dude Charles Godwill, you got tons of the people that you associate with on chat on Rick Snake's platform said all kinds of shit.
The only thing that I asked about there was, what are these outlaw people that... It's because Prof acted so fucking weird and wanted to dox us all for some weird shit that didn't even have anything to do with you. Like, he acted weird, Noe. Don't you think?
No,
He really did.
No, I don't know. Like what?
It was so cool. And then
Okay, but listen.
acting really, like, paranoid.
Listen, Yukio.
Yeah?
Thomas Frost doxed Prof.
Like, Prof didn't put his own name out there? Through Ruckus and all this stuff? Like, they're fighting. I feel bad for those two.
Listen, Thomas Frost doxed Prof.
Wait, for Robin?
Yes.
Oh.
And he gave the information to Rick Snake. And Rick Snake put it out. And you know why I know this? Because Rick told me himself, and I have evidence of that. I have recording of him. Somebody provided me the recording of him saying that he received all of Boudreaux's, which is Robin, Prof, information from a friend because his friend was afraid of getting a strike. So Rick Snake said, "Fuck it, I'll do it." Wait, listen, I have evidence. I have it on my phone. It was
I'm so bored about
I will play it for you. You want to hear it? You want to hear Rick's name? Do you want to hear Rick's name say?
No, because if you didn't listen.
Do you think that I talk? I haven't said not even. And you know what?
Don't share stuff like that, because if you don't get permission from somebody like to record, then they'll try to get you in trouble.
Well, then why did they record me? Why did Bossy record me and nobody says shit? They think they're heroes.
I'm talking about, like, if you're on a telephone with somebody, even Ruckus stated that Indiana is like a one party, and some states are like two parties or something about about recording on phone calls, and you have to ask the person.
That's not fucking true. That's not true. That's not true. If you're gonna take it to court. If you're gonna take it to court, but you can record me come on, that's bull. If you're gonna take it to court, like if somebody recorded Rick's name without him knowing, and they go to court and they want to use that against Rick's name, they can't. They have to ask Rick. But like, why do you think they record cops? Why do you think they record cops all the time and put them on YouTube and shit? Do you think they go, excuse me, officer, I'm gonna record you while you do this arrest? No, come on, you are smarter than that, Yukio. You can record whatever the fuck you want. You can record sex. You can record crime. You can record whatever you want. But if you have to go to court, then you cannot use it against anybody unless you ask them for permission. You know that. You're smart. You work, God goodness, you work in China as some kind of professional, and you're trying to say that to me. Please. No.
I'm not dealing with the court system. I'm not a lawyer.
You're a professional somehow, but you're smart.
For 13 and a half
You are a
years,
smart person.
for any of that shit.
You do know that hearsay is not admissible. Polygraphs are not admissible. You know that.
I didn't understand. Will you stop for a second, damn it?
Okay.
And let me say what I was
Say
letting
it.
him say. This is why, like, you get so heated. And this is what worries me, because it's like, shit, dude, don't get yourself these chicks, because certain chicks can't handle it. I can handle it. Jinx can handle it. But it looks like that bossy chick can't handle it.
Well,
know
you
what
should
I
have
mean?
seen. You should have seen her ass.
Huh?
You should have seen her ass.
I didn't see her ass, and I don't know her to be able to talk to her and to be able to say, hey, bossy, you should act this way. You should act that way. And this is what you...
Are you gone? I'm losing
here's
you.
what I'm saying, is Ruckus put something up a while ago, and I'm sure he explained it in the correct way. I'm just paraphrasing. When they were talking about, it was something that came up on, like, YouTube, where there were those... Maybe it was not Barbara McDonald. What are these recordings?
There's one, the R&M, the one with Ron Logan.
I don't know. It was something about, like, recording. Maybe it was Julie Melvin.
Oh, Julie Melvin's. Yeah.
So it says that, like, so they put up a map or something, like, in certain states, you can record people, and certain states you can't without asking. It was just something like that I'm telling you. I'm kind of like paraphrasing. I didn't know if it had anything to do
I don't
with
I don't believe that, because I mean, I understand what they said, that certain states you gotta ask, But what I'm saying is people record all the time.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I was like, man, I'm thinking, oh shit, if you have something like that of Rick, don't even bother with it, because you don't want any more drama with these fucking people. This is nuts.
Yeah, I have. Look, somebody has provided me.
Last night, will you let Greeno come on here with you? Will you send him a text message so that he can get this, blah, blah, blah. Go look at his live chat last night. I was very fucking kind. I was trying to get you guys to speak, so it all...
I did notice that. I did. I mean, I'm not gonna say I did.
It wasn't happening. He wouldn't let Greeno come over.
No, but what Rick did was bullshit, because how the fuck I went to see his live and he called me all kinds of shit and bullshit because I didn't join. I couldn't open the thing. But I called him and he called me a motherfucker. He called me when I called him, and he could have easily taken my call on Messenger and put me on speaker, and we could have had continue. And he instead, what did he do? He called me a motherfucker. You know.
He said that he wouldn't do that.
Why? It's the same old shit. It's the same
Okay,
thing.
listen, in between, I'm going back to tell you and Greeno what he's saying to try to get you guys to all be able to be back on a panel and do what you were doing in the first fucking
Why
place.
in the fuck did he not stay on my panel? I'm the one who started a show. Why the fuck am I gonna leave the show that I'm hosting to go join after that? What the fuck did he what does he think he is? He's not the fucking king of YouTube. He ain't bullshit. He's nothing. He's trash. He doesn't even have a car. He has to drive his wife's car.
Silly. I'm not sticking up for him. I'm not doing anything.
I
like
know
that.
you're
I'm
not,
saying
Yukio.
that
I understand.
When you jumped on there, like when Greeno jumped back in there, and you were on there, Greeno couldn't hear you, or something was going on his end. It was like an echo, like a whatever. So I thought, okay, well, maybe Rick was really telling the truth, and he couldn't fucking hear. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't going nowhere. It was just kind of like, whatever Jinx could hear. I heard you guys talking on there. You know, you guys all talked fine. But it was like when you and Rick were talking, I thought, okay, this is bullshit. But then when Greeno got on there and said that he couldn't hear on that end and whatever, I thought, okay, well, maybe there is a problem. Or I wouldn't have even went over to the other one and been like, listen, Noah's trying to call you and get on here, but you know what I'm saying? He can't.
I literally couldn't. I couldn't open his StreamYard. I'm not real good at it. And anytime I go and crying to sleep,
You know, when everybody were thanking me
Kishti,
and telling him what I was saying.
Kishti always sets it up for me real good so that I just push a button and I go on. I mean, but me logging in and all that, I barely fucking want to do Facebook anymore and YouTube. You know, I don't have that many platforms. But let me ask you something that before I forget. I know you're gonna evade that answer, but the last time you and I had a phone conversation, your voice sounded different. Did you alter your voice to make it sound like an older lady? Because I thought you were an old lady the last time I talked to you. You sound really like my age or younger, right around my age. Like I'm in my 50s. I'm 51.
I told you when I talked to you that day, I said, now listen, I have a weird voice and then it sounds funny. You know what I mean? And this is just how I've always sounded.
Why did you sound? You were trying to portray yourself to be an old lady. Last time you were an old lady and you sounded like an old lady. Like
I told you that I was older than you. I'm the same person. I really am the same person. I had to keep my voice low because I was around people, remember?
Yeah, I
That was the
remember.
only
Okay.
thing.
Well, that does
I couldn't
that.
be as loud as I am right now. Like, I'm actually able to talk into my phone and, like, there aren't people around for me to be able to, like, communicate. Now, when I had to communicate with you the last time, there were people around.
Right.
And I wasn't going to do that out loud. So, I mean, maybe my voice sounded more, like, lower.
Well, that one time,
But
and
this is what I sound like. This is me.
that
I don't
time.
have no voice changer or filter, none of the bullshit.
So yeah, that last time I had a question for you, and we ended up not even talking about that. But then I had to
It
go.
was something about Greeno, but I don't even know him.
Well, yeah,
Don't know him.
and that kind of answered everything. But
Why not even share it? Like, don't even share it with me. So then that way, if some bullshit gets out,
Well-
then you'll say, oh my God, this girl went and told this and that. And that way I stay out of it. You know what I mean? You can't come back and be like, okay, she said something because somebody else did. When in fact, I'm not saying shit.
no, you're not. You're not even saying your name or nothing.
I mean, I'm definitely not saying shit about. I cannot say my name. I mean, why? And I don't understand if I've been honest with you and I've told you that it can put myself and my friend in danger. Why would you want me to when you see what's going on with Holly? Like, I honestly.
I don't want you to. I don't want Holly to be in danger. I don't want you to be in danger. I just don't understand why you go in the chats and act one way and one persona, and then you went to my chat and you were a different persona. I liked you on my chat, and then.
Listen, if you meet me in person and you know who I am, I'm a good person. I'm nice. I'm whatever. But when I'm on those chats and I'm somebody else, like a fake name, and I'm trying to act like a male, then I've got to act like an asshole. You get it now?
I thought you were a guy at first. Yes.
Transgender, dude. I just don't want people to know who I am yet.
You're transgender?
No, I'm
Yeah,
not.
you're transgender.
It's a lie.
You're.
It's a lie.
I'm just kidding.
I'm not getting a penis. Like I said, that's a lie. I'm a full-ass female. You can hear I'm a female.
Are you hot?
Yes. And listen, the first time that you fucking talked to me, you had to know that I was not a transgender.
Yeah, but you sounded like an old lady. Right now you don't sound like an old lady, but that first time we talked.
I'm not an old lady. I'm almost 50, but I'm not an old lady.
No, Yukio. I mean, you sounded like grandma, like you were, but it was probably because you.
Crazy.
It's probably
You must have been drinking that night.
No, it's probably because you were whispering because you told me you could.
I had to whisper.
So that made it sound like okay.
I made it. Listen, I may have talked down low.
You were
this,
you were talking slower and low, yeah.
Listen, does this sound more like how I talked because I didn't want the people? I told you I had 2 roommates. Over there.
Yes, that makes sense, Yukio. It makes sense. But right now you're talking like with a.
I was downstairs, kind of in a basement area, and I was in a different country. I'm back. I said I would be back that next week, and when I did get back, I tried to get a hold of you to be able to talk to you on a telephone in a normal manner. We'll talk just like this, like where I didn't have to lower my voice, because my phone is crashed as shit, and my speaker sucks. So, listen.
You're just so careless. Don't
really
take care of your damn phone. I take care of my phone like it's a fucking.
I really am, and it's okay. I live life like that. I have no concept of time. I'd like to go in and blow sunshine and get people to, get off of all the fucking bad subjects. That's why I say bad words like cunt and make people say other dumb stuff instead of being so serious and so, emotional. Everybody's so serious and emotional and ready to attack. And I just want to see people be, happy. Does that make sense?
Well, then you need to not be. You need to do that on a non-true crime community because true crime is fucking about. It's ugly. It's
for that advice, ass. You think so?
You need to go on like a some kind of community where it's like a happy topic, because right here, everybody's fucking angry and emotional and mean and rude and bullshit. I mean,
and look, do you like being part of it? Hell, it would be great if you could create and do all of this stuff, but you've got to get through it. Okay, like last night when Greeno was saying that stuff to you, he's been where you're at, and I only know this because I've heard shit about him. I never got to watch him back in the day, but I remember that Julie Melvin doing some videos with him or somebody doing videos with him when he was in jail, and I thought, damn, why is this guy in jail? Well, then when he was explaining to you last night, I thought, oh my God, he's went through this same shit, but look where he's at now. If you can handle the bullshit and dealing with everybody talking shit about you, just like he did, and just like this Rick Stay, everybody's got to talk shit about that dude. Come on. But he's still just saying fuck it and going with it. You know what I mean? Because he wants to create. Obviously, these people make money from this stuff, and I was not aware of that. I didn't know that this was such a big fucking money maker.
That's all it is. Look, that's all it is. It's all it is. It's all you want. You want people to watch your shit. They want you to. That's why every motherfucker. Look at my Crime to Sleep one. How many times do I tell people, make sure that you hit the fucking thumbs up? Fuck that. You either watch me because you like me or you don't. And I'm not gonna fucking encourage anybody to watch more time so I can get more views. No, as a matter of fact, Christy, Crime to Sleep, who is the owner of that channel, he's the one making the money. He's got a great channel. I don't know if you noticed, but he's got over 6,000 subscribers. And he does little shorts and shit.
I didn't know any of this bullshit.
I don't get any money from him. I don't get any money. I told him that's the last. He told me once, that he would share some money with me, and I said, don't ever say that to me. I have a job, and he has a job too. He's a professional. He's not just a
If he
YouTuber.
wants to share some money with me, I'm gonna let him.
Well,
Joey, what the hell? Come on.
yeah, because that's where you and I are different. I'm doing this. I came forward and I'm doing this because the little girl that died, the little girl that I care for her because she was a little young soccer player, and I'm a former soccer coach in the state of Indiana, and I coach many little girls like her. That's why I care. I don't care. I don't, not because I want to get part of the money or like that motherfucker says that Holly wants the reward. Holly's got money, dude. She's got a beautiful home. She's got a nice vehicle.
Against Holly, and I imagine a lot of people.
He said that she's on welfare and all kinds of bullshit, that she's on Pornhub, and it pisses me off. Like, I know.
But you can't let that piss you off, Noe, because then, damn it, you're sticking up for somebody, and she's probably telling you, just, calm down, don't act this way because I got this. She knows she can't say nothing, but she has said things, so now it's put her in a fucking bind. You know what I mean? And it sucks. Like, I can't even believe she puts herself out there. I would never. I mean, and I feel bad for her. I don't even know this girl, and I feel bad for her.
Then why don't you say it on the goddamn chat?
We have a million times, and all she ever did was just cuss and be rude. So I can't make people like her.
She doesn't cuss. Are you crazy? She doesn't even.
But you know what I mean? Like, fight with people or.
Well, she has to defend herself. You know what she said about? You know what she told me about? Like when Rick started saying, it was Sonny Justice started to say that she was the fiance and all this shit, married. That was a lie that Kelly Brown made up because Kagan told Kelly Brown. Okay, now let me say, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be an ignorant or anything. I'm not gonna say that. Holly did have said certain things to Kagan to try to get him to talk, but nobody knows the real reason why. Well, I mean, they do kind of.
But now people aren't even gonna care because now here's what people are doing, and I see it, and I'm just like, this isn't even fun. This isn't great. This isn't helping anything. Everybody's worrying about this obituary. In my heart of hearts, when people were saying that and Prof came up with that thing, I'm like, listen, I bet that girl is just stepping away. You know what I mean? She don't want to deal with this shit and people talking about her. And
how many times have you seen her step away? She takes a break, but she's always back. No, somebody created that motherfucker, and it was just like the way Bossy and Jinx. Listen to me, Yukio. The way Bossy and Bossy and Jinx planned to do what they did at the courthouse. This obituary was planned and perfect. And Holly,
Oh God, wait! You guys think maybe that they did the obituary?
Holly didn't do that obituary.
No, I'm not saying Holly. I'm saying you guys think that maybe these girls did the obituary.
Yeah, now I'm starting to think that it's either them. No, but listen, look, there's a channel out right now. I want you to go watch it. It's called VIC.
Delphi Dirty?
Huh?
Is it Delphi Dirty or something?
Well, that one, there's another one. Sister channel to that. They're the same people making this shit. And it's gotta be.
I just asked Jinx. I was like, Jinx, that looks like. I said, is this you? She said, no. Somebody asked me this earlier.
It looks just like them. Look at the videos of me and Holly on the court.
Is this you? And she's laughing at me. I mean, I know
the videos that they made of me and Holly on the court that Jinx posted, they are so similar to the videos that are on that dirty. There's a channel right now. It's called write this down. Do you have a pen?
Wait, no, hold on. There's one that I was looking for so that I could see what they were on there. And Deb or somebody was talking about it. Something about Frank and Deb or something.
That one. That's it. It's called Vigilance. It's.
I can't find that channel because
Well,
I don't know the front part of it.
I'm gonna tell you. So you see, like, you know all this shit. You know this.
No, I know this stuff because I just saw this in Discord today. People upset. Deb was upset.
She is. She reached out to me and she asked me that we need to take it down. I said, we're gonna start all over another fucking fight because you're gonna piss me off. Because how would I know? I have a shitty ass channel that has little music videos.
And you know why I think they are? Just for sticking up for Holly.
Well,
It's delivery, the way that you stuck up for her.
Right.
Like if you look at the video, it does kind of suck because it's like the delivery, you know what I mean? Because you were already amped up anyway. You know
no,
what I'm
and
saying?
they made screenshots. They made nasty screenshots. Look, it has to be them. This fucking channel, go watch it. It's ready. Are you ready? It's V as in Victor, VICARIOUS.
Wait, VITA.
No, it's start again. It's VIC,
Oh shit, VIC.
like vicarious. VICARIOUS.
Okay, vicarious, and then this is the word I know, vigilante, because she
It's-
put it on Discord.
It's vigilantes. It's VIGILLANTES. Vicarious vigilante.
Hold on. See? Oh,
Look it up while we're on the phone.
I'm doing it right now. Hold on. It's a V with a green V.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, I'll go to it as
Wait, there's Luke and Frankmeister. This must be the one that Deb is in Discord today, upset about her being in a video, and it's this one.
Yeah, she reached out to me a long time ago. Like a fucking before lunch about it. Asked me, and I said, you see, like, she was the one that brought up the fucking obituary up to my attention. And and I told Deb, don't send me links. I don't want to talk, I'm sorry, ma'am. I respect you and everything, but she causes bullshit. And I think Deb knows a little bit. Well, I don't know because now they're attacking her.
And Frank's not even in the Discord anymore. I told you all those people left.
Well, I left the Discord. Are you talking about Ruckus, that one Discord I used to be in?
I'm talking about the Discord that used to be in that you left, where we all say bad words.
That's why I left. Because of and you know that all I shared with you guys was music videos, sketches.
You were cool.
I never got into bullshit with. And I talked to Jinx. I used to talk to Bossy and Hybrid and you and whatever.
And Hybrid really does care about you. She was over on Rick's channel too, trying to get it, to be worked out. But they don't listen. Okay, now I see what Deb's talking about because I see Deb's face and I see Frank's face. I mean, I'm not playing it. I'm just going through this one.
Well, you see, like, and guess what they're gonna say? Look, that looks like fucking Jinx or Bossy's work or Thomas Frost. That group, honey. It's that group.
Even Sleuth.
Yeah, they're attacking. I mean, look at the pictures of me and Holly.
I can understand the damn Prof because he's been so mad at everybody. So I guess I can understand that.
Well, they doxed him and they threatened him. They threatened him with calling.
That poor Pitts guy got kicked right out of the Discord because you know what he did?
What?
That dude was going crazy.
Yeah.
And I don't know who that dude is. And he was going crazy as if he was acting like he was going to go out to that dude's house. And so they kicked him out of the Discord because he said the N-word to somebody.
Yeah,
He was acting like a weirdo. Like nobody should.
Somebody showed me some comments he made that he was on the way to Colorado.
We even put that in comments out like lately. I've seen like, dude,
And then
why would
and
you
then
say
I seen somewhere something
it was
where
on some I-70 or back road something? I'm like, what the fuck is
you
wrong
know
with
everything. You're on every, like, everything you tell me. That's, I've been told. Like, also he put on Holly's page, you and Noe need to be investigated. Like, he's gonna come in and, like, are you talking? I told I come in back. I said, give me a call, dude, and I put my phone number. He never called me. I like, what are you investigated by who?
Orbits is a dude. I saw him on Silky's Southern whatever.
No, but hey,
Yeah?
Julie Melvin knows him. They either went to school together or they grew up together.
Okay, so he is a guy. I
Yeah.
thought you said it might be a woman.
No, he's a guy. I've seen him.
Yeah,
He
he is a
he
guy.
yeah, he look, if you
Yeah.
go to Crime Night, with Joe Lewis and just go down on his videos, he's on Joe Lewis video. You can see his face. He didn't.
Where I saw him commenting lately, and I was like, what the hell was on that?
He's an ex-convicted felon. He, like me.
As above,
He's
so
been
below.
he's been to prison, and he still acts like institutionalized. He, like, the way he acts, that's the way ex-felons act. Felons act in jail, like badass.
You were in that Discord when he was in that Discord, and he always acted.
Yeah, I know, but I never interacted with him. Just recently, he made a comment on Holly's, one of Holly's posts, and he said, you and Noe need to be investigated. So I said, well, call me, dude. And what are you talking about? Like, investigate? What do you mean by that? And I've never interacted with him for him to say anything like that about me. I never, and the only times I interacted with Jinx and Bossy and Hybrid and you and all them in Broncos' Discord, I never start shit with none of you guys, ever.
I mean, honestly, and Hybrid said that she got doxxed a while ago by the Prof or somebody. She was like, I've been doxxed. She said, and I'm here in Canada. She really does.
No. Prof
Hybrid Pisces is really a girl.
Prof found out that Thomas, okay, this is what happened. This is what I understand happened. Prof put up an email address, or he put up like a post or a screenshot that had Thomas Frost's email.
Oh.
So Frosty said the Prof doxed me, and that's not doxing. I mean, he put a post, and on whatever post he used, like a screenshot, it had Thomas Frost email address. So Thomas gave him a strike for doxing, okay, for YouTube doxing, because that's not really doxing. Doxing is when you put a name, address, social security number, credit card numbers, date of birth, employment history, criminal, when you real shit, that's doxing. But putting someone's, like, according to Prof, it was just a screenshot that he used, and it was of Thomas Frost, and it included his email. So Thomas Frost started saying he doxed me. So then Thomas Frost, like he did Holly, and I know he did because you're gone. Are you gone? What happened? Well, there goes that. Are you still talking, or are you hanging up? Are you still talking, or are you gonna hang up?
Oh my God, can you hear me?
You're cutting out, in and out.
Piece of shit.
Is your phone
Can you hear me?
You're cutting in and out?
Can you hear
You're
my speaker?
You're cutting in and out. Is your phone your battery?
Yes, it's about to
It's your battery.
And that is the end, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end. I hope you got something from that. I'm extremely tired. I know all of you are. So we'll leave it at that. There's more. And so we'll keep learning together, but God bless you all. Thanks everyone who stuck around. I mean, I know it was super late. I never intended to have guests. But anyway, we got through it all. So good night to everyone. I love you. See you later.